Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Obedient, Dr. Peter Obi. Dr. Peter Obi, please keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. You are welcome, sir.
Please be seated. I'm sure you have listened to the keynote. So I'm just going to be one of those who are going to discuss it. Let me, the Reverend Monsignor and the Reverend Fathers are here, the Reverend Sisters, very dignitaries, the VIPs, everybody. Let me borrow that kind of Nigerian word, all protocols duly observed. Mine is, first, most sincerely apologize that we came in here late. I was telling the chairman at the airport that it's God that made it possible that we're traveling together, because as a politician, they wouldn't have believed me. If I had come and say that it's flight, they would say, that's how they talk. But since chairman was involved, they will believe that it's flight through. You know? And somebody said, oh, they invited me months. There's no way I told Father, there's no way I would have missed this event, because the invitation came from a place where I cannot say no. If you know how I've invited for this occasion, this invitation came through my wife, and her position is, this is my parish. Let me not hear you anywhere that day. It drops it. And this morning I had to borrow Father George to speak to her, and I'm running late. It's not me. You know, Father George, please speak. They said, I even said, can't I pass through the house and have breakfast? Say, go there first. When you finish, you come home and eat. It's okay. So I thank you for the occasion, and I thank the organizers, and I thank Father George for what you've done. Wonderful work. Whenever you sit down and reflect what is happening in Nigeria, the only thing you can feel is sad and pain. I was talking to Father George at the airport, and I told him, I said, I sat down yesterday with one of the people I consider very influential in the North, you know, and I showed him, I said, he's his friend, so he knows him very well. And I said to him, let me come and see you. He said, no, Peter. I said, I'll come and see you. I want us to sit down and talk about Nigeria. And I went to his house, and I want to read out, he tweeted it, and so sort of those who followed tweet will know what is it. So after I visited him, see my phone acting funny now. And after I visited him, he tweeted, he said, I spent valuable time with Mr. Peter Obi this morning. I wish to those who see him as ethnic candidate to get to know him better. I also wish to those who try to sell him, tone down their ethnic identity. I hope this nation will see and listen to this candidate. Revolution is coming. Because I sat down to him, I said, listen. I told him, I said, you think this is issue of tribe or issue of religion? No. Can you show me the roads where that is paid for Muslims to drive through so I can pass through it? Can you show me where Muslims buy bread cheap? Can you show me those where there's so much no poverty for Muslims so we can go there and live? I said, the president is from Katsina. I visited Katsina. People were living in fear. Even more fearful than my state. So it is not issue of religion. It is not issue of tribe. That is what we politicians use to continue the confusion called Nigeria. There's no country in the world today, like Father George has said, who have this collection on, who would be where we are that will not have the problems we're facing. We have over 100 million people living in poverty. From the World Bank report just released 2 weeks ago, 7 million will be added to it. So soon you have about 110 million living in poverty. There's no way you won't have problem. I say it every day, you have more people living in poverty than the 2 biggest countries of the world combined. China and India is 2.8 billion but you have more people living in poverty than two of them combined, and you're just 200. That's the way you won't have crisis. We have the highest unemployment in the world. When you check the population, you have 35% unemployment combined by underemployment, because so many people today, the income they earn cannot do anything for them. So you have underemployment of about 25%. That is 60% underemployment, out of which 70% are your young ones in their productive age doing nothing. We have the highest drug prevalence in the world today, 14.8, when the global average is 5.7. Young men using drugs in this country. You have to have crisis. There's no way you won't have crisis. So that is the crisis you're facing, and it's beginning, because every day is getting worse. Businesses are collapsing, people don't know what to do. So the only thing they do is do something that is wrong. And nobody's doing anything, and your state is not working. Father George has just mentioned about what I was telling him about borrowing. I said, Father, you have reached a crisis situation that your country now borrows about $1 trillion every month to survive. Last year, and I give you last in this year, first 5 months of last year, Nigeria borrowed or debt servicing total revenue from January to May was $1,847 billion. We used $1,802 to service debts. That is 98%. And we're borrowing more. By our last year budget, we promised that our borrowing will be 30%. We borrowed over 60. This year, our budget is about 18 trillion, out of which we say we're going to borrow only 6 trillion. I can assure you there's no way we can generate more than 6 trillion. So we're going to borrow 12. And you're servicing that. In the next 1 year, we will need to borrow, which is what we're doing today, because 100% of what we earn as revenue will not be enough to service our debts. Because the entire money you borrowed was for consumption. So there's no way it's generating anything. And that is the crisis you face as a nation. In the past 1 year, Nigeria has not put a penny into the sinking fund for payment. Even for the young ones, they don't even know that the bonds we're issuing today are payable in 2045, 50, 55. We'll soon be issuing bonds for 60. We will all be gone by then. It's their problem, because, and we're not saving anything to pay it. And nobody's carrying. Everybody is just moving. So Nigeria is just, like I always say, it's Titanic. You know, when Titanic was going under, the people on the deck where they play music was busy dancing and thinking that they are still there until everything went under. That's what is happening in this country. People are still going around as if things are normal. It is not normal. You cannot move around in Nigeria today. You can't go from Abuja to Kaduna by road, by air, by anything. No way. They'll tell you, please don't come. I was campaigning all over the north, everywhere. Said, please, Peter, don't come. And people think it's normal. It is not normal. You live in a country that is totally unproductive. Country that is totally unproductive. So when we talk about good governance, where do we start? We have to examine ourselves and say, what do we need as a country? How do we start? What are we going to do? First is that your country is not productive. Every nation of the world that is making progress is productive. They're investing in the right areas that make production and everything possible. That's what I was telling Father George. I said, Father George, I was invited for this thing, but I didn't have opportunity of reading what the topic is all about. And he said to me, this is the topic. I said, okay, fine. Since you're going to speak before me, maybe from what you say, I will be one of those who will analyze it. Your country is not productive. It is not working. And that is the biggest challenge, because we are all here for consumption. We are here for celebration. All we do is sharing. Nobody cares how we're going to do anything. And I gave him instances. I said, Father, since this is the topic, let me tell you what we need to do very quickly. Here we are. Our total export, including the oil you mentioned, that is Sungo, our total export last year was under $30 billion. A country of 200 million people, $30 billion. It's totally unacceptable. I've been going to countries. Morocco, with 36 million, total export last year is over $50 billion. Vietnam, 100 million, total export, $312 billion last year. Vietnam is occupying a total land space, 331,000 square kilometers, with 100 million population. So in terms of land space, they are 1/3 of Nigeria. Nigeria is 923,000 square kilometers. They are 331. They are half of our population, they're 100. And their total export, out of which natural resources is less than 2%. What are they exporting? Manufactured goods. Vietnam is first is electronics. Number 2 is clothing. $32 billion worth of clothing. That's what they exported. Twice what we earn from oil. Number 3 is footwear. 23 billion, and we couldn't more than what we earn from oil. And we have people here who can do all that. Nobody's doing anything. And we're moving. And so are so many other countries doing the same thing. Nigeria is not doing anything. I traveled everywhere in the north. Went to Niger State. Half of Niger State is occupied by terrorists, call them, because they call them bandits. Half of Niger State. Nothing is working in Niger State. And I asked the people of Niger State, you are sitting on 76.3 square kilometers of land. Fertile land, you can't feed yourself. You can't do anything. That shows how unproductive Nigeria is. Netherlands, with 33,000 square kilometers of land, did export of food item and agricultural item, $125 billion in 1 year. You can't feed yourself. Talk less of talk about export. I went to Taraba. If you go to Taraba and see the Mambila plateau, the sand, everything, the vegetation and all that. And I asked the governor, you can do flour here. Told Father George, my interaction with the governor, you can do flour here. You can do coffee. You can do tea. But they are waiting to share it, to go and collect money. Kenya exported last year over $500 million worth of flowers. I went to the field. I watched young girls and boys picking flowers. They are being paid the least salary, $100. Just picking flowers. I was in Ethiopia. The young men working in tea farms are paid about the same amount. Last year, they exported $1.1 billion worth of tea. $1.1 billion. African country. This is no longer Western country. Without the problem in Sri Lanka, their tea export last year was $1.4 billion. So these 3 items can give $3 billion annually if Taraba, with 54.4 square kilometers, decides to do it and earn 10%, is $300 million, which is almost twice their budget. They're waiting to share from oil. It's an unproductive country. So you must move this country from consumption to production immediately. And we have what it takes to do it. We have the talent, we have the resources. Except, like he said, we have gangsters all over the place. And when I say, people say, so stop using the word. I say, no. Nigeria is a case of, it's not just political class. It's a case of where lunatics took over their asylum. They're running it in a gangstering way. Everybody's guilty of it. All of us here. Like I said, I keep taking my reference to Father George this morning. Say, Father George, I've been a governor. This is the only country that will celebrate criminality. Everybody, including the church, they're not exempted. This is the only country you vote Peter Obi in. Everybody knew he doesn't have a house in Ikoyi. When we voted him in, I was even in First Act when I became governor. So everybody knew where I lived. And suddenly he buys a mighty house in Ikoyi, running into billions. Decorates, furnishes everything, and invites the church for housewarming. The church comes in, they are praying for him, wishing him wherever he got to this thing, they want him to build more. The people, the church people all over the place, waiting to eat and drink, and are praising him. They know where the money came from. It's known to everybody. Because they're saying what the church, the role of the church. They know where the money came from. But instead of calling police and saying, this man has stolen our money, they are the ones celebrating it. This is the country where I was governor. You come late to church. Church. They go and keep an empty seat in front for somebody who is not in the church. The seat is empty. He comes in the middle of the church. He's walking to the front. Nobody cares. If possible, the priest will stop talking. And they welcoming him for coming late. And the church people will be clapping and calling him, if he has nickname like me, Okute. Hey, this man came late. Let come and stay at the back. But we refuse to do it. And when I tell people, listen, you can't go in front because you're late. So when Father George said about impunity, it is a place where impunity, rascality, and bad behavior have become a measure of success and power. You can't use it, the wrong measure. This man came late. And we know we have young ones growing up who are learning what this man is doing and think that is how to live. So you have to come late. This is what I was telling Father George when he told me about this topic. I said, there's so many things you can stop. So if they have to push people for Peter to pass, that should have power. Even if it's old people, push them down. So the rascality is allowed. You are clean up. People say, come in front. No, you can't queue there. No, you're not part of, no, Governor, we don't want you to stay here. Obito, come in front. Why will you go in front? You are queuing where you're supposed to queue. These are little things that is missing here that makes our country the opposite of what it should be. Because of it, the man who steals your 80 billion, of course, it is better for him to steal it and settle those who will settle and go home. Do you know what it means? 80 billion. 80 billion by official area is $200 million. You see people today sharing dollars in Nigeria. All over the place. And nobody's asking the question. In fact, everybody is keen to collect his own. Nobody is saying this thing we're doing. One of the greatest measures of your economic stability is your currency. Today, Nigeria has been dollarized. And Nigerians are celebrating those we voted into power who have no means of earning dollar. They cannot show us means of earning dollar. If you do that anywhere in the world, they will ask you to show evidence of your dollar earning in the past 5 years, including relevant taxes paid. But it was being shared in public. But we are arresting young boys who have laptop. But we have people who are share, people who have. We're asking people to pay 100 million naira, 40 million naira to buy form. In a country, Nigerian per capita is 2,000. American per capita is 75,000. Because Nigerian economy, as you know, is $400 billion GDP versus American GDP of 22 trillion. Yet, you cannot pay $2,000 to buy form to contest the election in America. But they are charging you here in Nigeria $200,000 to buy form, to be governor. That's what Father is saying. You're owing lecturers. You're negotiating with bandits. You see governors going to negotiate with bandits, but they are not negotiating with lecturers, and everybody is keeping quiet because it's not important. The global average intake admission of higher school intakes is at 8%. In the Western world, it's at 8%. Nigeria is 9%. We're not even achieving a quarter of the global average, and that is a problem. Because you don't care for those areas you need to care. Father was talking about my trip to Israel. I said, Father, we're talking about power. It's so difficult. All of you here, Nigerians, everybody in Nigeria knows the amount that is being generated. Everybody knows about national grid. Everybody knows everything about power. You don't hear it in any other country. You just put on your life and put off. But here, we know everything about the operation. And yet, we don't have the power. This country used to generate in the 60s, over 1,000 megawatts of electricity. In the 60s, the first time this country borrowed money was in 1964, when we borrowed money from World Bank, $82 million to build the Kainchi Dam. You need to go and see the letter written by the Prime Minister and the reply of World Bank. That is going to build to generate 760 megawatts of electricity when Nigeria was probably 10% of its population today. Almost 60 years after, we can't generate more than 4,000. The second biggest economy in Africa, South Africa, is generating 54,000. And you can't generate 4. And there's 60 million. The third biggest economy in Africa is generating 58,000, Egypt. I was just showing Father again how I went to Egypt and what happened, why I went to Egypt. I told him that even the next day I had to leave because they were telling me, you stay and meet the president. I said, I didn't come to meet them. Have done with them. In Egypt, at all time, they must hold 50% excess power to what they need. In Egypt, it's recorded. Total need for power in Egypt is 30,000 megawatts. Total production is 58, but they must hold always 45,000. Always. I went through the system from the plant to the companies that built it, to every of the operation and everything that is happening, and how it's detailed, how they're watching it and what is happening. And you ask yourself, what is wrong with here? What did we do wrong? You know, is it prayers? Or do we go and hire native doctor? What are we going to do to solve this problem? We have to combine everything to get it right. What are we going to, what is wrong here? What is shocking is that Egypt built their power plant. You can go and Google, for those of you who read, 3 countries of the world built the fastest power plant in the past 5 years. Egypt, Vietnam, and India. That's why I decided to go to Egypt, because they built the fastest one. They were able to double their power in 5 years from 20 megawatts to 50-something thousand. And what did they do? They said they found out in their study that power was one of the causes of, call it revolution, call it riot in 2012, 2013. Because small businesses have no power and they collapse. And they joined it. So they decided we must get power. So it became part of national security. And they were doing it. Vietnam have doubled from 36 to 76. That's why they are doing manufacturing. And you ask yourself, what is difficult? I went to the companies that built it. From the companies that talk to the financiers. All of them are willing to do the same thing. And I asked all of the companies, because they're talking to Nigeria. I said, but I thought you were talking to Nigerian government. They told me they'll be having meeting with Nigerian government for the past 3 years. Every time they come is a meeting. And they come and go. I'm telling you, this is me now. I'm telling you. They said, when they told us you were coming, we just received you because you said you want to know what we're doing. We cannot. They told me that in Egypt, it took them 1 month from beginning of the talk to conclusion of the talk. And the highest person in the land was involved. And his position is, tell me what you need. I don't want to go via any company. I want to deal with direct with you in Germany. Would you have this? You have this? You have this? Can you get this thing? I'm going to give a sovereign guarantee, no variation, no nothing. 1 month. They said Nigeria is meeting upon meeting, committee upon committee. And each of those committees do what? They collect money, buy house in Ikoyi, and then invite us as church members. And we'll say that the man is doing well. And one of us will agree. My dear people, as I conclude, the real problem is all of us. It is time for all of us to decide that we must have a country. That we must take back our country. And I will start from recruitment process. Today, we have people who want to be president. We have people who want to be governors, who wants to be senators, who wants to be everything. It is time to start scrutinizing. This Mr. Obi, who is he? Don't say he's a Catholic. There's no Catholic in it. There's no church. I've not seen where Catholics buy bread cheaper. If you know well, show me. Neither have I seen where Pentecostals buy things cheaper. Buy rice, anything cheaper. So let's remove church from it. The question is, Mr. Obi, don't look at his tribe. Those who think Peter Obi is contesting because the Igbo man, the Igbo turn. There's no turn here. The turn here is who will fix this problem. It is not his turn. So let's put Mr. Obi on the scale. Let's put Mr. Obi on the scale. Where is he coming from? This thing he's talking, because we have people who can speak good English here and who can talk well. This thing he's talking, where did he do it before? Does he have this thing? Do we know him and everything? Let's interrogate even mothers, his family and everything. It's not enough to say the man is this, the man. Let's start from there. This man who says he's going to be governor. Don't look at what you're going to benefit. All of us are benefited. All of us are going down every day. Things are worsening every day. I know people who can't go to their village now, yet they're big men in Lagos. No, you can't tell me that. If your territory has been taken away and you say you're a big man, where? You're just waiting for them to come here and chase you out of here. Because that's how they go. They go from one territory to the other. If you think this place is safe today, quote me, it won't be safe next year. Because they capture this one, you run to this one, they capture it one, they chase you away. So let's ask ourselves a question. Let those who want to serve us now come and tell us what they want to do. It is not good to write things in paper and share us and say you're doing this and everything. Let's engage them. The last people, we didn't engage them. So when we started saying, you said this, say, show me where I said it. No. Come and tell us what you want to do. Come and tell us how you're going to get the resources and what you want to do. It is not a difficult thing. We have borrowed money. Your country has borrowed in the past. When Obasanjo left government, it will shock you. Nigeria was owing only 3 trillion naira. 3 trillion naira. Today our debt is 60 trillion. Without anything to show for it. Of course, you saw the publication. You saw the publication they released. The publication says 41.9 trillion. They didn't include ways and means from central bank there. If they include 60 trillion, so your debt today is about 120-something billion dollars, 30-something% of your GDP without anything to show for it. There's nothing wrong in borrowing. Every country of the world borrows. Not one country have I seen that is not borrowing. Everyone on each of them is owing a lot of money. We celebrate America. They're owing 100% of their GDP, almost. We celebrate. People refer to Singapore every day. Singapore debt to GDP is over 130%. Japan is 230. Everybody, even Norway, that have the highest sovereign wealth fund of $1.4 trillion, they're still owing 50% of their GDP. But what you do with borrowing is what makes a difference. That is why our debt service to ratio to revenue is very high. South Africa is owing. South African debt to GDP is over 75%, but their debt servicing ratio to revenue is only 20%. Egypt is 40%, but ours is 90-something% because we threw away the money. Nobody can find where that money is. In fact, from my experience of what happened in Egypt, if we have spent out of $120 billion we're owing, if we have spent just $20 billion in power, we'll be generating about 30,000 megawatts. A quarter of what we have borrowed and thrown away. And I can show you countries that have borrowed. Yes, I was in Bangladesh in 2008, 2010. In 2010, Bangladesh GDP was $115 billion. We are owing $36 billion. Between $36 and $45 billion were their debt then. It was about 36%, it was $45 billion. That's what they own. Their per capita was $707. Nigeria then, our per capita was $2,250. 2010. our GDP was 375, and our debt was less than 10%. So we're owing less than $30 billion in 2010. Today, Bangladesh GDP is 340 billion. Their per capita, which is tripled. Their per capita is now 2,050, which means it's tripled. Their debt is equally tripled. Their debt went down to about 114, 115. But because their GDP had grown higher, in percentage terms, it came down to about 32. But look at our own. Our debt has gone up to about 30%, from about $30 billion $36 billion.
Right. Apologies. Some of you may have noticed that the sound has suddenly faded somewhat. That's from the streaming that I'm sourcing it from, and not anything to do with us. I'm trying to see how we can correct this. So just bear with me for a moment. But stay there. I'll see if it can be corrected. But let me scroll it back just a little bit so we can. Hold on. Let me see.
Things are worsening every day. I know people who can't go to their village now.
All right. So it's come to the end of the stream, but I think the voice faded out towards the end somewhat. But I think we got the gist of what he had to say. So that was Peter B. If anybody wants to run a commentary, yes, I think somebody is actually saying the problem is the original stream. So if anybody wants to sound a couple of opinions on what they've heard from Peter B, and if that has changed their mind on his presentation, so I put the StreamYard link just for a moment, and if anybody wants to say anything about that, I'll wait just for a couple of seconds to see if anybody wants to say anything on Peter Obi's delivery. So he spoke at length, of course, about the problems of Nigeria, which we all know. He spoke about what particularly struck me was his interaction with Egypt, and how swiftly rather they came to an agreement with how swiftly they came to an agreement with the oil companies, and not the oil companies. How quickly they came to an agreement with Siemens to solve and increase their electricity needs. So that struck me. Within a period of roughly no more than 6 months, they met with Siemens, come to an agreement, and they said the president of that country made a sovereign guarantee of that agreement, and the Germans went to work to increase their electricity production exponentially. So he had, this is Peter B, of course, he had a conversation with the Germans in that space. And in the course of that conversation, of course, he spoke about Nigeria, and the Germans expressed frustration that all they heard from Nigeria or their interaction with Nigeria is just endless conversations and meetings spanning years and years with nothing concrete coming out of it. So that speaks to the malaise, of course, that is Nigeria. So even with something as fundamental as electricity, which is, I think, a human right entitlement, if don't quote me, but I suspect that under the United Nations Charter, electricity will be a human rights entitlement along with education, security. These are basic human needs. So even to meet that, they just see it as an opportunity to loot. So they have all these endless meetings. They travel all over the world to meet and meet, collect extra codes, take their girlfriends and their concubines, and live large of the Nigerian oil wealth. So they cannot, it's beyond the realms of their capacity to see beyond the immediacy of just that opportunity to loot. So the Egyptian economy will very quickly, of course, surpass the Nigerian economy because they've put the sources of production in place, which is essentially electricity and somewhat security as well. He said they had well in excess of a million security personnel in Egypt. We have less than 400,000 in totality to secure a population of in excess by their data are 2 million. So to 2 million, 200 million. The problems of Nigeria, they are visible. You don't need a brain to identify the problems of Nigeria. And equally curiously, you don't actually need a brain to bring forth the solution to the problems of Nigeria. So you don't need a brain for any of this. So what sort of deficiency do we have in that country when the problem meets immediately the solution, but the people stand in the middle of them being able to converge? So that is it. That is essentially what Peter Obi said. But he didn't actually prefer a panacea. So I'll bring people on and then just have them turn by turn run commentaries on what they heard, and then we just round it off there. I wasn't actually intending to come on stream at all today. I just wanted to present that bit of a bit, but I'll take commentaries starting off with Two Niger. So Two Niger, what did you make of what Peter Obi had to say?
Yeah, thanks for giving us the opportunity, even when it wasn't exactly what you planned for. Um, from what I heard, he is stating the problems, generally, as what Nigeria has, and for me, is listening to the way he talks about it. There is a way a human being talks about something, and whether it's part of their internal beliefs and whether they're just saying stuff. And you also get a feeling that he's the kind of person that will want to follow through on it. His track record indicates that that is what he wants to do. I'm not under any illusion at all that he's an angel from heaven. And he actually said it himself, which is very interesting. He said the people, I remember he actually mentioned that the people are the ones that will determine what happens. And that is the thing that our leaders don't often tell us, that the people can determine what the answer they are going to get. And in a way, when I came online, that's part of what I was saying. We have to be making demands. And I think if I will try to capture that point where he said that so that we can repeat it over and over again, so people understand that it's the people that will determine. If Nigerians want to make Nigeria good today, Nigeria will turn. The people have the power to change Nigeria if they choose to. The problem is that we don't have a kind of threshold of common objective yet. And this is why I keep saying that we need to start coming up with a formula of what we want. We have to have a threshold of that common objective. And that is when we do that, you'll be surprised how quickly things change. Because even the leaders that wouldn't tour our way, they will either do what we want or they go. It's that simple. They will have to go. And this it's as simple as that. And when I heard him speak about these things, I am watching the way he talks. I'm not, because all our leaders have been talking about they will deal with electricity, they will deal with everything. I get the feeling that this guy might be willing to take a risk to get this type of things done. He may not be in the image of Wike that will bully his way through things, which I may be concerned about. I'm still looking at him and watching. Can this guy look at the generals and see the glint in their eyes and tell them this is what needs to happen? And personally, I would have thought he would be the friend of the generals if he is talking about increasing the size of the military. He will be the friend of the police if he's talking about increasing the size of the police. So these are things that make you part of the establishment by default. And somehow Nigerians don't even understand that if they clamor for these things, the strongest forces in the country will be on their side. And that is why the government will do what they want. If we say we want security, why are we afraid to ask for it? Are we afraid to be on the side of the police or the military? They are the most powerful entity. They will watch people protest on their behalf. You think our Nigerian soldiers like to be defending 2,000 citizens? They like that percentages. You think our police don't like to make their job a little bit easier, to have more well-trained and well-paid professionals in the positions? These are things the most powerful forces in the country will back. You will be on the side of these forces, and the leaders will have to do what you want. And Nigerians don't know that power yet. And I really wish they pay more attention to it. When people are busy talking about Peter Obi being the savior, hear what he's saying too. And this is why I like Peter Obi to an extent. You know, I'm not I don't like people I don't follow people's bandwagon. And personally, I still am concerned that he's part of PDP and he just came to, now suddenly he's the savior, everybody's calling him. I would like to judge him on his merit. Sometimes his supporters, they make me feel so a little bit upset about his support, because they try to alienate people by being so, how do I put it, so passionate about the support that they don't even understand when they're making a constructive criticism. And I've seen you, Mo, when you try to talk about it, they try to shut you down. And I've tried to say some things that are not even that critical. It's like, you can't be like that. You're trying to alienate people from the man they already like. Like me now, I think he's the best guy at the moment. He doesn't, at least, I don't think he's going to, by any chance, travel to America or the UK or France for treatment. He's not going to likely need that. He's not going to want to sell all the public treasury to his friends. He's not likely to want to do that because he's been in office. According to him, he never got a plot of land for free in his state. And the way he talks about it, like when he talked about why would he go and party in America when he can party in his country, the way he looks at life, that mentality, I don't think it comes from campaigning. It comes from being part of you to an extent. And that's what I consider really powerful. I've never had a Nigerian politician talk like that. And I have to give him credit for that. He's the best candidate. But I say the true ultimate candidates are Nigerians. And they need to understand that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you to Niger. So thank you to Niger. So we do it in the order that is showing on the screen. So next up, we hear from Ifeanyi. So Ifeanyi, hopefully you heard Peter Obi's presentation. So does that make you have more confidence in him than you did before, if you did before? And is there any significant takeout from that? So Ifeanyi, your opinion.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I heard a little of what Peter Obi said. Yeah, I kind of have confidence in him, but the truth of the matter is, personally, I sat down today, even when I was at work during my break. I thought about a lot of things in Nigeria, and I reasoned it really deep. And to be sincere, if no matter who it is, if Peter Obi with all these good ideas and everything he's saying he's going to do when he gets there, if he gets there and he does not restructure, he does not change the constitution, I am sorry. The truth of the matter is he will just do few things and the problem will resurface again. I've sat down and looked at it. If he gets there, does he even have enough people on the Labour Party to be in the Senate? The Constitution doesn't even allow him to dissolve House of Reps or dissolve the Senate. He doesn't have that power. So now, if he wants to pass the Constitution, like go for a new Constitution, with the people in the Senate, will they allow it to happen? What of the peoples behind closed doors that benefit from this our current Constitution? How will he get there? I'm really heartbroken right now because I don't really see any hope. No matter how somebody will come and talk, he can come and talk, but look, if he tries it, these people are ready to kill him. I'm telling you the fact. There are people that are ready to poison him, make sure that he doesn't accomplish this his aim, because he's going to really hit them at the backbone. These are people that have really crippled Nigeria, and they are benefiting from the impunity that is going on in Nigeria. And that is my fear. Yes, he has good ideas, but will he make that impact? Will they allow him change this constitution that has crippled this country? Imagine our light, the supply of light is tied to our constitution. A lot of things are tied to this constitution that is not making things go rightly. So that's my fear. I listen to him, but the truth of the matter is, if he tells me that he has people in Labour Party that are going into the Senate, there will be a majority, um, there will be part of the majority of the seats in the Senate, and they have the same ideology as him, and they have the same intention to correct Nigeria. If he tells me he has people that are there and ensures that people in Labour Party, someone from Labour Party will be the Senate president, so if he says let them change, let us restructure the country and have a new constitution, and they get that constitution and they pass it, and it changes, bring Nigeria into a new dawn of governance. If he can tell me that he can achieve this, then I'm ready for him, because I think this should just be another waste of 4 years. Except he sits down, structure Labour Party, align a lot of people that will get into that Senate, that will help him solve the issue, because the issue is our constitution, and that is just it. I'm shocked. I've listened to him. Lovely idea. He's saying the truth from his own perspective, and he's saying the truth from a lot of things we are facing. But the truth is, will he really accomplish what he wants to do if these people will not fight him and possibly kill him? That is my fear. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ifeanyi. So up next, we'll go to Ajan Lekoko. So Ajan Lekoko, you're up next. So you've heard Peter Obi's presentation. You cannot but be impressed whenever Peter Obi speaks, but there's always infinite sense in most of the things that he has to say. But do you feel more?
Let me come back, one man. Let me come back. Get another person.
Okay, so then this
Yeah.
for you. So this for you, VA. So do you feel more confident, haven't now listened to Peter Obi, which I'm sure you have listened to him in the past, but it continues to impress, but is it impressive sufficient enough for you to pack your support with him, OVA?
I mean, I don't know what you mean by impressed. Who is he impressing? There's nothing that is said here that is new to people that pay attention to the Nigerian space, or just because they said it, I don't mean they're going to get it done. I'm more interested in telling me roadmap to achieving all this. I mean, even me, I can come out and make all this kind of speech. You give a statistic of how this country is progressing. How are you going to achieve it politically and even policy wise? Because the system we are practicing, just because you are the number one guy doesn't mean everything you said is going to get done. How do you navigate to make sure this policy, because everything is saying, it has to go through politics, it has to go through implementation. You can't just say, hey, let it done and be done. So there's a system. So how do you intend to achieve that, knowing the fact that the political party that you belong to has nothing, as in how you're going to walk around people to get people in the right places for you to get this done. So I'm more interested in that than all this rhetoric. You don't tell me with the hair. He's been saying all this for the past 15 years. What have you able to implement it? When you are executive governor of a state, tell us, okay, you was very good at saying that. I got there when the YX situation of the state was 27, and I took it to number one. That was a given credit. But now, how do you create jobs with this policy that you are preaching about? You've been there before for 8 years. Were you able to do it? If you have, put it out there. Let's go and study it. At this point, instead of traveling to Egypt and every other country to just go, we should be directing people to go to Onitsha go to Anambra, go to Oka, go to Inewi, go to Inobi, go to Oka Ititi. How you were able to get things done there, rather than say you go Egypt and all that. No, you've been there before. You hold a position for 8 years. You go say, come, if you guys decide that this politics is not going to work, go to Onitsha, go to Anambra, go. I've done it before. That's what I'm interested in, not speeches and speeches and speeches. This is a political rhetoric, and he's good at that. So I give him that, but I'm not falling for it.
All right, thank you, VA. So thank you, VA. So before we go on to the next contributor, we've been having some super chats come in. So this is from Sonny Uta. So this is what Sonny has to say. It says a sweet talk by Obi, but without love amongst the people of Nigeria, nothing can be done. Sorry, religion don't kill Niger. So, which is essentially what Ovie is saying as well, that the rhetoric's very impressive to hear, but Nigeria gets in the way of Nigeria is essentially what Sonny Uta is saying. It says, sweet talk by Obi, but without love amongst the people of Nigeria, nothing can be done. Sorry, religion don't kill Nigeria. So that's what Sonny Uta has to say via Super Chat. Kulata Super Chats as well. He says, did you hear a single solution? So that was one of the things that I was listening for, because it's very good and Peter B is very good at elucidating the problems of Nigeria. And all of those problems, people chuckle and there's a wry smile on your face because you identify immediately these problems as he's describing them. Just the example of somebody turning up in church, turning up late, Mr. Big Man, rather than he be rebuked and set to the back to set the example of timekeeping to the younger members of the congregants. But because he's Mr. Big, they will tell the choir to go and usher him from the door to the top of the seat. So these are all of the things that is going that Peter B is identifying, and that resonates with Nigerians. But the solution is what Kulata is asking for. Did you hear a single solution? Kulata super chatted. Kulata still with a super chat. A journalist can regurgitate facts. We need doers. So Peter will be not a journalist, of course, a banker, but a journalist can regurgitate facts. We need doers. So that is what Kulata has to say via super chat. So it looks as though some people have dropped off the screen. So we go with the people who are still on the screen. And Tony, you are up next. So you heard Peter B's presentation, but what do you make of it, Tony?
Yeah, good evening, sir. Good evening, everybody. It seems like he has been listening to us here because these are the things we have been discussing. We have been talking about, on how to what is actually, what is difficult in bringing all this within a period of 1 year or whatever. So, which he did not say. So the only thing is that we did not see. We did not see all these things that he started to point out in his, antecedents. Because, if Governor Donald Duke is speaking right now, I will just buy into his idea and say, okay, let us switch over to him. Because Governor Duke of Cross River State, despite the fact that they lost all the whole oil wells to Akwa Ibom State, he was still able to look for an alternative to develop the state by certain, Obudu Ranch and all those cable cars projects that was, attracting a lot of international, investors and this Tinapa business project, many things that there was employment for the people, So this guy did not. So I keep on wondering, all the people that are clamoring for Obi, that he did this, once upon a time he did this. But while he was doing that, why didn't we see that when he was performing, like we saw in this guy now, this Ebonyi State governor, who performed? Then we saw it. We saw what he had been doing with how to provide electricity. That guy will know exactly how to do that, but not Peter Obi, because during his tenure we did not see that. We did not hear about him at all. But when Donald Duke was there, we heard about Donald Duke all over the world. People were going there. Obasanjo was going there. The Metonanini, they are going there. Everybody's going there to see him. As a role model. For other states. You know what I'm saying? So like all this Tinubu, when he was there, all this Eco Atlantic project, many things, all these railway projects, all this, everything that is in Lagos, whether he was there or people that he nominated to take over his team, he has got it. So Peter Obi should have said, okay, when I got there, when I get there, I will decentralize the system. I will devolve power so that every state can develop, on their own. Every state, not region, every state can develop on their own. Whatever, whether na granite now they want to the sell, I mean, now they know. So that's the thing. So he did not go any. I mean, it's just like all what we have been talking about here is what that he repeated. So it's of no use. So the only guy that I know that he can do that now, because there are powers that be, like Nigeria is becoming like a Pakistan state now, where you have the army, a separate government, and then the civilian, a separate government. But in Nigeria, the power that be is too strong. It's too strong for Obi to, to approach or to tempt. So that's why we say that we should. I'm very sorry. I'm not a Tinubu guy. I hate Tinubu. That's one time. But he's the only guy who can set that thing up for us right now. We want someone that can just come out and say, okay, I want to decentralize, or I want to, devolve the power so that we can have state police, and then because if you have 100 million police people and it's under the control of the federal government, so-called federal government, there's no way. You know what I'm saying, sir? The power that be is too tough. And otherwise we tear Nigeria into two peacefully without no fight. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Tony. So that was Tony. So we go up to Emmanuel next. Emmanuel, I suspect this is not the first time you have listened to Peter Obi speak, and I suspect that you continue to be, pardon me, and I suspect that you continue to be impressed by him. But Kulata made the point that, yes, it's long on rhetorics, and the rhetorics is impressive, but he's asking, did you hear any solutions? So impressive as Peter Obi is at elucidating the problems of Nigeria, is it not time for him to be speaking of the solutions to those problems? Emmanuel.
Okay. I don't know who is saying that he's not providing solution to the problem we're having in Nigeria. I think that case of Egypt is part of the problem-solving mechanism that will be able to enhance us having power 24/7 or 24 hours. That is a part of problem. And I listened to that that message where he was able to, he said that he met the people that finance the project. He met the people that pioneered the project, and he saw how they did it. That the problem that they even told them they have been coming to Nigeria to do one or two things concerning that power, but the government will sit down for 6 months, 1 year without implementing the fact. So him knowing that problems, and he's saying it out to the citizens, do you think that he's going to repeat what the other people that have been doing that have not been showing results? Because he has identified this error, identified this problem, and even seen how possible this issue can be resolved. You think he will sit back and repeat the same thing that others have been doing? And for the fact that citizen is going to hold him accountable, because according to the way things are going, he's not financing anything. It is this citizens that are financing most of the things, and the reason why they are doing it because they want to hold their leader accountable in any of these things that will happen anytime. That if I said that the government will not allow him to perform well, I don't think so. I don't think so, because Peter Obi is a very decisive person. Knowing him for some years, very decisive. So if he made up his mind to do something, when it comes to all this insecurity, Peter Obi will decisively handle this insecurity, because they have been pardoning this insecurity as if it is one kind of big something. He knows where these things are coming from. He knows how to handle it. He knows what the stakeholder to put together to make our lives work together, to work fine. He knows all those stuff. But because people that are ahead or that are sitting on that panel, they are benefiting one or two things. They are not doing the thing that's supposed to make the work to move faster. And that's why he said that those people in Egypt have been coming, the delegate and all those stuff have been coming to Nigeria to do the same thing and end up not doing anything, because they will sit on the meeting for months, for several weeks, without doing nothing. We all heard him when he said it. He met them there, he told them this is how they did it. But your country, they have been coming to help them to do one or two, but they keep on postponing their meeting from 1 week to the next month to the next month. That's Nigeria for you. That means he has identified the problem that we have. And when he sits down there, he's not going to repeat the same thing. And he said that the Egyptians use their citizens to handle that power. And that's where the education comes. You see, so when he said that educate this one, when you educate them, they will be able to provide what you are seeking outside there. So you don't come here and tell me that he has no solution of what he's saying. He has the solution written inside his palm, on his palm, engraved. So let's leave all this. And yesterday somebody was saying that we have a corrupt mind in Nigeria and stuff like that. And I was trying to ask, I think it's Solly, I was trying to tell him that, see, the problem we are having is the leadership problem. And this man, according to what he said, that video, he said that if the leader were able to do things right, his follower will follow suit. That's why he was painting that scenario in the church. When he comes to church, he don't meant to go to the front since you are late. So if some sort of people sees that the whole president, the whole governor came late and he maintained the position where he's supposed, where other people that came late stay. So what will happen to ordinary commoners that comes late? What will they follow suit? That's the problem we are having. We are having because they are taking the money, and that's why when you give a youth some sort of project to handle, because they believe that that is what their leader is doing. Of course, they have to take their share. But if the leader is showing by example, this young one will follow suit. What we have in this country is a leadership problem, and we must identify it and get a right person and put on that seat to correct the mentality of the youth. I know it's not going to take time, like he's always said. It's not a rocket science that will just take overnight. No, it will take gradual process, and it will come to that stage that when you say, okay, somebody will say when they are in the Western world, in the US, things are working fine. But we have to start from somewhere to make sure that you, as an ordinary citizen, you obey a traffic light. In Nigeria here, if president is passing now, he doesn't stop on the traffic light. Because of what? So me as an ordinary person that seeing you zoom off on the traffic light and you want me to stop, I'm not going to stop for you. I will still pass because you pass.
Emma,
But when you, yes,
sorry, see, there's something I want us to talk a bit. I just want to let us enlighten ourselves. Now, what I'm trying to say is this: a lot of things, an issue that is going on in Nigeria boils down to our constitution, including the system, and the reason why even the president, when he's moving, people have to wait for him to pass before we pass. A lot of things are tied down to our constitution. I just want to ask, how can we change the constitution? The president can't do it alone. He needs people in the Senate, you understand, to be on board with him. A lot of things that the president would need to do, a lot of stuff that he will need to address that can even help us to have a way of improving the state of the country. Then we can now move a bit before someone else can come and continue from where he stopped. A lot of them are tied to the constitution, some that are not tied to the constitution, which he can use his own power, executive power as the president, he can do that one. But what me I'm saying is this: let us look at it critically and look at the situation of things. The president will need the Senate to help him pass a new constitution. Now, I'm just saying, if the Senate people, majority of the seats there, if the people there are not in line or are not in the same thinking or the same ideology as the president, he will have issues, just like how we saw between Saraki and Buhari, and two of them are in the same political party. That is what I'm saying. Now, let us look at it critically. What do we need to make a change? Yes, Obi is not going to solve all the problem. We need him to do something really critical that can make a way for other good leaders that have good ideologies that want Nigeria to be better to come and implement. That is all I'm saying. And that is the problem. That is the
Okay.
problem.
Yeah, I
Because
understand.
Obi has
But
ideas.
but even as it stands now, do you think that House of Assembly, they are even the way it is now? Do you think they are normal? Let me just say, since it's just between APC and PDP now, even within that
That's what
PDP, do you think they are normal? Do you think they are normal that
they,
if president brings something now to sign, they will sign it easily? So
no,
if we
see,
want
that's
to
what
look
I'm
at that
saying. And that's what I'm
based on
saying.
that, yeah, I understand. If you want to look at it at that premises that they must come from Labour Party, so to
No,
say,
no,
all those senators have to come from Labour Party.
it's not about
They
party.
don't
It's about
necessarily need to
having
come from there. They just need
no. It's not
someone.
it, that have the same political ideology with him.
Yes,
It's
they
not
just
about
have some
party.
sort of people that have the same ideology, political ideology, and him. It's just like the way it happened in Anambra. You know, they impeached him 2 times with his mental political ideology. So, but he was able to, align. Those people were able to align with him at the end
I know
because
that's a different case. This is Nigeria we're talking about, national. Leave Anambra, that's a different case. It's a more homogeneous state.
I
That's the
know,
fact.
I understand you. I know. See, he's the one to sign the bill. He's the one to make sure that the bill passed and all those stuff. He's the one to sign some of those all this stuff. So when they just like this, he's trying to
All
cut.
right. Hold on, Emmanuel. If we let Emmanuel land his presentation, and then we'll just carry on. So, Emmanuel, back to you.
So it's just like the way he's saying that he's going to cause the cost of governance. So like the money these people receive or unnecessarily, he's going to cut it off. He's the one to sign all those things. He's the one to do all those stuff. So, but when they begin to see the place or the angle he's going and his kind of thing he want to do, they will definitely align with him. It's just like this light he's talking about now. I don't know I know it's being constrained by constitution and all that, but there is no any country in this world that wants to improve their uh, power, electricity, that some forces will bring it down just for some sort of stuff. Because I'm sure Buhari has not enforced that. I'm sure the past governors have not, past president have not enforced that kind of policy or whatever you can call it. But if you have someone that have that is very decisive in making things happen, irrespective of the force, irrespective of whoever you are or whatever you are aiming to gain, this is what I want to do, and this is what must be done. He will do it. So let's leave that he doesn't have solution. He identified the issues and he's giving us the number one. He said that this is how the light will be solved. I don't know some people are saying that it doesn't provide solution. You already told that this is how the problem will be solved. He told you that this is how education will be solved. All this drop out of school, all these people are not in school. He already told that this is how he's going to solve and all stuff like that. And he said that he's going to bring out his manifesto And when he brings out the manifesto, he's going to cover the whole 36 states. So we are eagerly still waiting for that manifesto to come out and see what is inside. So when he brings it out, so we'll know where will be covered, and that's what we want to use and hold him. Anything that happened later. Thank you very much.
All right. Excuse me. Brilliant. Well put. So, Ajale Koko, do you want to come now or do you want to round it off at the end? So you have the option to make that decision. Do you want to come in now or do you want to round it off at the end, Ajale Koko? Unmute, Ajale Koko.
I will round it up at the end. I will round it up at the
Brilliant.
end.
All right, brilliant. Yeah. So before we go on to the next contributor, let me play you this clip. This clip speaks to the heart of what Peter Obi was talking about, especially that space when he cited the example of a big man turning up in a church, late that is. So the church starts for 10, you turn up at 11:30, and then the big man is ushered right from the back of the church to the front of the church, to the front rows. Amid singing and praising, the pastor will stop his sermon to acknowledge the arrival of the big man, and the choir will burst into songs in praise of that big man. So that big manism is encapsulated in this little clip. So watch this.
What a country. You can see what we are facing. Traffic, we've been here for 3 hours because they said Tinubu is passing. I think he's on his way coming. We have stayed here more than 3 hours because Tinubu is passing. Look at him. They said he's coming from Ekiti State. They blocked everywhere on the airport road, Lagos. Look at what they're doing. Somebody who is not yet the president. They blocked us here for the past 3 hours. For the past 3 hours, we've been here, no movement. No movement. But now I think he's passing now. I can see the last man. Thank God, I think he's very close now. Thank God, I think he's closer. We've sat here for 3 hours waiting for the so-called Mr. President of Nigeria to be. He is not yet the president yet. Roads are blocked for 3 hours. What will happen when he becomes the president, for Christ's sake? Look at it. We've not even seen him. You can see the last man, the police person. I think he's still far, or everywhere is blocked. They kept us in one particular place. No movement. We cannot pass, we cannot move for 3 hours. For 3 hours. For 3 hours we've been here because of Tinubu, who is not yet the president. When he becomes the president, only God knows what will happen to us. We are finished in this country. We are finished in this country. Finally, the vice president to be is here. They blocked us here for 3 hours because of this man who is not yet the president. Look at him moving as if the president is coming. Meanwhile, he's not yet the president. Look at the way he's moving. Look at the convoy. You can see 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 the convoy. We are finished. We are finished. We are finished. We are finished in this country. This is the man Tinubu who kept us here for the past 3 hours. We've been waiting. The roads were blocked for 3 hours, waiting for the so-called Mr. Tinubu. You see the convoy. Even the president, even the president of the world does not have this kind of convoy that I'm seeing here today. The richest man in the world does not have this convoy that I'm seeing here today. All brand new cars.
So that was Tinubu. So that was Tinubu, but that was also all of them, really. That's the impunity that is vested upon the Nigerian person. It's ugly, it's obscene, but it is the life that we live in Nigeria now. So going back to the Peter Obi presentation, you are up next, Ken. So you saw Peter Obi, you saw how he presented. A lot of people said he's always impressive on rhetorics, but they're now looking to hear some solutions. So I'm sure you were impressed, but are you with that thought that Peter Obi should now start talking about solutions to all of these problems that he continues to highlight. Ken, you are up next.
Yeah, thank you, one man, and thank you, everyone. Of course, I'm always very impressed whenever I see listening to Obi speaks. But I mean, sorry, I'm breathing like this. I'm at work, so real quick. The truth is, it'll be, or I would say, Nigerians does not deserve Peter Obi. I will tell you today, we all know what happened. I'll take you guys back to the Obama administration, 2008 to 2012. We all know what happened. He barely did anything because there were lots of oppositions and all of that. But a good leadership always demands a good presentation, a good skill of defense and all of that, standing in your belief and be firm. And that was what Obama had. And this is what Obi also have. You know, so, but many of these panelists here that asking questions and all of that, I'm really kind of, I don't know how to describe this. Unfortunately, we are from the South, we speak a lot of English, and how I wish we could ask Buhari this same question. So I love Buhari so much. I love the guys from Lagos State. They really know how Nigerians are. You bring Obama to Nigeria, we will all be here, be speaking English, be castigating him. How many of us could ask Buhari or any one of these guys? This is a chance we've got to change the status quo. This is the chance we've got to change the status quo. We should not think too much. It is not that difficult. We should not think it too much. We ask too much questions. Oh, he doesn't have solution. He speaks too much. And leadership is all about speaking, talking, giving ideas. And when he gets there, see, no matter how, like I wanted to ask the other guy that spoke the last time, if you are Obi, what would you do? Though you can hold that, perhaps after you can give. So it is very difficult. The status quo has been since 1999, PDP, APC, and all of that. Why are we doing this to ourselves? This is an opportunity we have. Obi is not perfect. Definitely, we should all know that. It's not perfect. All right. So I mean, it's a whole lot of challenge in Nigeria right now, most especially resting on the shoulders of the youth. We should not think too much, most especially youth from the South. That's why I love the youth from the North. They don't care. Once you say they go this way, they go this way. I'm not saying we should be like. We should be like that, right? That is the essence of education and all of that. But we should, when we find ourselves in this crossroad, we should not. So if we say Peter Obi is that, he cannot do this. So what is our option? Still going back to PDP or APC? Are we not tired? What's wrong with us? You know. So I mean, we should just take it easy on Obi. The question we should ask ourselves: if I am Peter Obi at this moment, what will I do? Will I even do anything better? You know, it is very easy to sit at the fence and talk. Please, let's take things easy. All right, this is our opportunity. Let's change the status quo. Let's make history. Though I'm not back home, but I make sure every week I send something home. I preach the message. I talk to people that I can talk to. If you don't vote for him, you are not doing him any harm. You're only doing yourself. This PDP, APC, they will only be there. People always make inferences of Lagos State, and we forget that Lagos State was once Nigerian capital. You only need, little touch, and it will magnify the whole thing. You know, so don't compare Lagos State to the average Nigerian state. All right. So please, let's just take things easy. And I'm really sorry that most of these batches are coming from the youth. If we don't love ourselves, we should love the future of our children. Oh, this guy will not have the power to pay. Leadership is all about negotiation. Push. And once the Nigerian populace are by your side, the National Assembly will have no choice. So we should not think it too much at this time. Let's just try and change the status quo. The big question we should be asking ourselves is that, what is the next option? Should we go back to where we are? This is what we did in 2015. Obviously, we haven't learned anything. We love our oppressors differently. Please. So, guys, I'm really sorry, and I appreciate everyone, and thank you so much for this time. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, Ken. So, what would Peter Obi do? Was his question. It's a bit like, what would Jesus do? That's the phrase. Often they say, when you find yourself in a situation, you ask, what would Jesus do? So, what would Peter Obi do? If you were Peter Obi, what would you do? So that was the question Ken posed. And this is the Super Chat Kulata presents. That was to the clip of Tinubu arriving victorious in Lagos, and this is how Kulata sums it up. Tinubu will be an overbearing president. Tinubu will be a tone-deaf president. He did say Tinubu will be a tone-deaf president, overbearing. So almost certainly you can already see the ego at play. You could hear the frustration in the voice of that person that put that clip up, and it was just, imagine how grueling it is. Lagos, very humid, very dense, the traffic, the heat, and then somebody holds you hostage for 3 hours in traffic, and then they clear a whole section of road for him so that the traffic is condensed to just one section of the road, and then he drives majestically as you have been waiting for 3 hours, and it's not president yet. So we are finished in this country, was what that guy said. We are finished in this country. Kulata super chat somewhat to agree. Tinubu will be a tone-deaf president, overbearing. So thank you for that, Kulata. As we go up to the next contributor, and that will be the majestic Meadowman. So Meadowman, of course, you are unabashedly a Peter Obi fan. You saw his presentation. I suspect that's not the first time you've seen him present. Always impressive when he presents, of course, Peter Obi. Long on rhetoric is what his critics are saying. Short on action. So solutions, should that be something Peter Obi should be talking about now, Meadowman?
Hello, one man. Hello, panel. Good evening to everybody. I hope you can hear me well.
Good evening. Perfectly. Carry on.
Yeah. Sorry, it's just that I'm addicted to one man when to move. So I just came in and I logged on. I didn't see the presentation you're talking about. So I could go back and see it while you talk to somebody else.
All right. I mean, you could scroll back and see it, but it is not anything that you may not have seen before. Peter Obi was invited to a gathering as part of his outreaching to convince people of his candidature, and he presented in the usual manner that he does present. They regaling us with stories of his travels, both domestically within Nigeria and internationally. And you know, Peter Obi has this thing of always doing a comparative matchup of equal measure sort of countries to Nigeria, to then ask the question, if they can, why can't we? So he's telling the stories of he especially spoke about his journey to Egypt, which was somewhat controversial. And in that journey, he had interactions with Siemens, the engineering company, the German company who did that magic that he went to observe in Egypt. And in the course of that interaction with Egypt, he said that they told him that the process only took a few months for them to conclude. So the Egyptians made the decision that they needed to ratchet up their electricity, and then they commissioned who they considered to be the best in that space, which was Siemens. Siemens went to Egypt. They had conversations within a few months. The president gave a sovereign guarantee to the project, and Siemens set about carrying out their work. And very quickly, then, of course, they ratcheted up the electricity output of Egypt by in excess of 50%, to the point that they actually have a percentage in stock always, so that the country will never run out of light. So that was the magic that was done in Egypt. And then the comparative analysis that Peter Obi likes to do, he then had conversations with that Siemens engineering firm, and they expressed their frustration that they have been interacting they have been interacting with Nigeria for quite a few years now. So they have meetings after meetings, after seminars, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Nothing progresses, nothing gets done, but they just continue to have endless streams of meetings. So it's 3-4 years meeting ongoing with Nigeria, 6 months meeting, and completion of the task with Egypt. So these were the comparisons that Peter Obi was highlighting, and is inviting then that Nigeria needs a change. But he did not prefer solutions, is what people often throw at him. So should solution now be part of the narrative as he continues to straddle the town halls all over Nigeria, Meadowman? Did you hear any of that? Did anyone hear any of that? Am I? Hello?
One man, I can hear you.
I can hear you, one man. I can hear you.
Yeah, so Meadowman.
I heard you too. I heard you.
Oh, all right. So the floor is yours, Meadowman.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, I think, yeah, talking about solutions should be part of his narrative, and not just him. It's for anybody that wants to be the president. Though I think it is, we still have time for that. That manifesto somebody was talking about, he should be throwing it open for Nigerians to dissect and ask questions, because if it was easy, anybody, you or I can go and say, look, I'll give you light in the next 6 months. I'll give you electricity in the next 1 year. But we know that doing it, actually going there.
Meadowman, you're fading in and out. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, carry on. We can hear you now. Carry on.
Yeah, so like I was saying, like his story from Egypt, I think is important to understand, because you know, we even carried it on this platform when Nigeria was negotiating with Siemens, and after a while we never heard anything again, and nothing got better, you know. So those are things we have to understand. We have to understand what happened, or anybody that wants to become the president has to understand what happened, what went wrong this last time, so that we don't repeat it. But I do agree with you that proffering solutions, at least in theory, should be part of his rhetoric. It is because if he doesn't, these stories he's telling, these narratives he's telling, starts getting old. You know, he has to step it up, and I look forward for his manifesto, so that we can dissect it and also compare it with the manifesto of other co-candidates. Yeah. So I agree with you. Preference solutions as part of his rhetoric is really needed now.
All right, brilliantly put as always, Meadowman. So this is it, Meadowman. Anytime you turn up, you always present brilliantly, but you don't turn up often enough. So that's Meadowman, one of your favorite voices on the platform, and one of your favored voices on the platform as well, Kulata, who has not joined us on screen this time around, but speaking via Alexander Gomez's preferred means of mode, should I say, of communication, super chat. And this is what Kulata super chats to the space. It says, if you've learned anything from 2015, it is not to base your decision on personalities. That was how we fell for Buhari's body language. Demand more. So that is what he's saying. Don't be seduced by the oratory and the personality of the presenter, but really probe him more is really what he's looking to pass across. If you've learned anything from 2015, it is not to base your decisions on personality. That was how we fell for Buhari's body language. Demand more. And he ends that with an exclamation mark. So thank you for the super chat, Kulata. As we go up next, and we bring up next RB. So RB, you have been following, and I'm sure you heard Peter Obi present. So a lot of takeaways from Peter Obi's presentation, as always. A lot of identification of the problems of Nigeria And those problems go to the very heart of what needs to be resolved. But is it the man to bring the solutions? RB, your thoughts?
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I think Obi have some level of solution. He might not be all of it, and I don't think you really need to have the whole 9 yard of solution to be able to solve it. Uh, First of all, the most important thing in every problem solving is definition. You have to be able to define what is the problem. I mean, before you start getting into the root cause analysis and different, and I know he makes a lot of like high level problems, but we haven't dig into it. I believe with a better team, he can do a good job because a leader don't really have to have it all. No one has the whole solution, especially that Nigeria problem is peculiar to Nigeria. We can learn in terms of best practices from other people according to what he's trying to do to learn from other, but our own solution will kind of have some kind of we have to fabricate it to our society, the way we think, or based on our limitation of resources or the ethnicity. Like maybe when we're talking about electricity, it, we haven't talked about solution like are we going to decentralize power? And I know there are some constitutionality problem in terms of that. So maybe you need to break that down a little bit further for us. Like, okay, how are you going to tackle this? Because the the northern part is rich in solar energy. I mean, we have the desert over there. When you come to the west coast, we have wind. We can use solar too. And when you go to south, there's what's it called, gas flaring and all the things. So I believe different part of Nigeria have different opportunity for in terms of generating electricity. Because currently, right now, since we said we privatize electricity in Nigeria, it doesn't look like our projection is going up. It looks like it's bad because I call Nigeria every week and it's almost the same music to everybody. We don't have power. We don't have power. Some people don't even think power is something they need from sources anymore, like government generated. But I will tell you something that I liked about OB, that I think if somebody is very attentive to that, that person really can help Nigeria a lot, is in terms of finances. When Obi, in one of his presentations that I watched, and I think that is the only thing that I think I was mesmerized about, that this guy have a clue of what is going on. He was talking about corruption in terms of bribery and during this election, like politician buying dollars and the traders and people who are supposed to be buying resources that they need to do manufacturing, they are not getting, the rate of dollar is going up. And to me, that is essential. You see, when somebody do not understand how the financial institution work, especially dealing with foreign countries, like there's a reason why America always want the US dollars to be used as the number one trading currency in the world, because if there's the demand for it, the economy will be strong. Yeah, you can make anything you want, but what currency are you using to buy? There's always a demand and supply. And when Obi made mention that using naira to buy dollar before, because we're doing campaign, and now you have more naira in supply in terms of the currency exchange, and now there's higher demand for dollar. To me, that strikes me like, yes, this guy understood what is behind what's going to make our economy to be poor. And when he talks about productivity, that is great, because even if you want to have a better productivity, I've had an experience with my brother before. Like, we bought machine from China. Now you got skill set problem, but when it comes to trying to buy material from other country, that's where you start knowing that doing the business and holding naira as your currency and trying to buy dollar to buy material and everything, you are really screwed in terms of the exchange. And the fact that next month naira or next quarter the naira don't look like it's getting stronger, so it cost of production is crazy. So to me, when Obi said that, I knew that this guy understood what, because there is no economy if you don't have jobs, and there is no job if the cost of production in that country is getting higher and higher, and there's no stability between your currency and the currency of the country that is number one in the world. So to me, I give him that when he start talking about how important we need to strengthen our currency and making sure everything the government is doing is done in naira, not just buying dollar in everything. That was the only presentation from since I've been watching him that I knew that, oh, okay, I can be with this guy with this, because if we can get this part done, it's gonna go a long way to help manufacturer in Nigeria.
All right, thank you. So thank you, RB. Yes, a lot of takeaways from Peter Obi as always. Anytime he speaks, it is just infinite sense in what he has to say. It's always pitch perfect in presentation. So pitch perfect in presentation, and it's almost now a struggle to find reasons not to vote for him or not to place faith in him, because every single time he presents impressively. But are you impressed though? Enigmatic. I suspect not. Enigmatic. Peter, this presentation, what are you making of it?
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and I hope everyone is doing good today.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, over the years, he has had a plethora of presentation. Up to 2019 presidential election, when he was a running mate to Atiku, he had several, and he's been having several of those lately too. I think he's just trying to project the American, electoral system where they, where they adopt these town hall, meetings and approaches to their game. And then if you see what he's doing, that is doing differently from other aspirants, is he's trying to get into people's mind and then trying to get into people's consciousness to sell himself out there through the media houses and all these presentations here and there. And the other ones, not that they cannot do that, but own strategy on how they want to go about it. So that is it. That is Peter Obi's strategy, and that's his way of doing his own. Showore is trying to do the same thing too. But unfortunately, Showore is not it's not a friend of the media. It's not a friend of that group. So the only person who can do that is Peter Obi, and for you to save money when the election proper starts, when the campaign proper starts, he's trying to do that now before that time. Because when that time comes, when the articles and PDP come out with their budget, when APC and Tinubu comes out with their budget, and they are hitting the road, they are hitting everywhere, every airways and everything, it's gonna be different. The game will change. So I think it's just going ahead because of that, because of before that time. Now, so basically, there's nothing special. There's nothing he's saying now that he hasn't said before. Everything he's saying now, if you go back and check his tapes, he said everything in 2019. He's basically repeating everything all over again. An average Nigerian we know the problem of Nigeria. We have businesses over there. We have investments. Excuse me. And we know what is happening in Nigeria. Even here in the global village here, when you even sit for an interview, there's what we call star, right? The last letter of that is in the final analysis of everything you are saying, you have to give resolution, you have to give your result. If you keep talking almost every time, and you're not providing solution, then you're not saying anything, basically. So most times when Showore speaks, he's trying to tell you this is how I'm gonna do it. It may be the way he will say his resolution may not really resonate well with Nigerians. Like when he talks about electricity, he'll say, okay, this is what I'm gonna do to solve it. Animal droplets, he made some recommendation. In terms of security, he said he will fire the generals, he will do that. At least he's giving us his own result and resolution, how he's going to tackle them. But Peter Obi never does that. He comes with several, bogus ideas, which everybody knows. But what are you doing? What would be your recommendation? How will you tackle this? So, and election proper hasn't really started. Okay, campaign is not here yet. That's why you are not seeing anybody yet. The only person who is seeing the faces of everybody yet is still Peter Obi. And now that he is having the momentum, it's not providing solutions. Then by the time all the two big parties come and they are, like Atiku and Tinubu, they will probably take the half of the major media houses in Nigeria when election proper starts. Then by that time, when they push you to the back of the corner, then you've already lost the momentum where you are supposed to actually provide solutions to your rhetoric. So I call it rhetoric without solution. That's basically what I see. And then I believe we are not speaking to his chances today. We are just speaking about him, his politics, and what ideas he brings to the table.
Yes, we're speaking to that presentation that that hopefully you saw we played earlier on, because what I've come to realize is that we've not really even fully captured, at least in the course of a session, Peter will be actually outlining his position in order then to have a good understanding of where he stands, and then to see if we're critical of it or in favor of it. So I decided to bring that live streaming so that we can see exactly, and more importantly, hear in his own words what his intentions are. And then, of course, we are now sampling opinions on what we heard. Enigmatic.
Right, but when that's why you see most of his political colleagues, right? They will always respect his personality. They will always respect his kind of politics. None of them really lampoon him or actually denigrate his personality. But when it comes to the substance of politics, they will tell you there's a limit he can go. They will say, okay, well, Mr. Obi is a good man. We know he can do this. We know he can do this. But when it comes to the real substance of politics, they will say, okay, this is where he can go, or this is his threshold. They always, say that. There's a reason for that. And don't forget that most of us are outsiders. These folks, either we like it or not, they are insiders. Okay, they know themselves in and out, behind the scene, behind the camera. So they know what they are bringing to the table when the chips are down. And don't forget, Obi has been part of them. So Obi may be some kind of saint to some folks now, but don't forget he was in PDP. He was in PDP. He was a running mate in a major election. So they know his politics in and out. So things that are not really that may be fashionable now to a lot of outsiders may not be fashionable to them within their fold. So they know what they do. So what I'm saying is, what has Obi actually said that has been different from what he's been saying? What has he said today, or last week, or last year, or last 4 years that is different? It's the same thing all over again. He will tell you about the economy of Nigeria and make some comparison with some certain countries that started maybe their growth the same time with Nigeria, where they are now and where Nigeria is now, what efforts they've made and what efforts we are not making. So he will give all the, conjectures of comparison. At the end of the day, it goes to the same thing: talk, and no solution.
But enigmatic, I believe by him doing this, he's opening himself up to be questioned. So I'll still give it to him that he's out there doing that, because at the time somebody is going to give it to him, he's going to fire back at him. If I'm pretty sure it's not everybody in the.
Fired back at him several times the last time, and what actually the summary of it was that he said he had no manifesto and he had no reason for manifesto. And those who have been given manifesto, what have they done with the manifesto? Okay, I'm not sure if you saw that, because they've had the opportunity to fire back at him several times, and you should go and look at his responses when they fire back at him. When they follow up, when they give him a follow-up questions, go and check. And when you listen to all those to his follow-up responses, then you probably hold your face in your palms. Okay.
But also let us be realistic here. Obi is just joining Labour Party in like few weeks ago.
No,
like
we are not talking about We are not talking about Labour Party now. Obi has been in politics
I know.
Obi has been in politics for how many years now? He has traversed several parties. He has jumped parties now. He has been PDP, ABGA, Labour Party, and maybe tomorrow it will be. If Kwakwanso says, "Come on today," he's probably going to NMPP tomorrow.
Let me put it to you. His manifesto is coming out. Let's not worry about that.
Okay.
Exactly.
Coming out.
No, look, brother. There's a question there's something I read somebody here. Like, we cannot say because Obi, you cannot be having this kind of mentality that Obi is different from all of them. We have to hold him to a different bar. No, Obi is an article. Obi is a Tinubu. Obi is all of them. They are all in the same. I see them as one. Take it or leave it. That's mine.
No, you're talking about manifesto. You're talking about manifesto. I'm just answering your question. You're talking about manifesto.
Sorry,
and I told that
I'm telling you because look, I'm telling you, he's a politician.
Hold on. One at a time. I'm happy for you to push Enigmatic on his position, but one at a time. Carry on.
Yeah, I see him as a typical politician, a Nigerian politician for that matter, right? So it's all about interest. So do not preach to me like Obi is just a godly, somebody who's just coming from somewhere that is not Nigeria. He was born in Nigeria. He is in Nigeria. He knows in Nigeria's situation. He's been in the game. Why is he okay? When you talk about sincerity of purpose, how many times has he moved from party A to party B? Let's talk about that. Okay, so he could come with a different idea. Of course, if he has his own politics, he has his own idea. There is no idea he brings to the table that somebody else will not bring. There's no idea that Peter Obi has talked about that Batu Tomi has never spoken about. There's no idea that Peter Obi brings to the table that Bismarck Rwanda has not spoken about. Okay? So, and these folks, why you...
Sorry, has anybody talked about recruiting 1 million police officers? I've never heard that.
Then maybe like I said,
about it a lot.
Like there's nothing new about what Peter Obi is saying now. There's nothing about it since.
He's talking about firing the generals, and as if that is what Nigeria needs. One Nigerian soldier has to defend 2,000 citizens. That's too much. And he's been talking about firing the general. How is that supposed? See, this should be easy for any politician to do. Take the side of the police, take the side of the military, and say you're going to enhance their welfare and recruit more. You will be on the side of the most powerful forces in the country, and politicians cannot even do that.
You are speaking to the point of you are speaking to the strength of Obi's statement because of what you think about Obi. But the way I see Obi, the way I think about him, I seem like just an ordinary, typical Nigerian politician. It's not different from any of them. Okay.
No, and I think you should listen to the way people talk. You should listen to the way they talk. He doesn't come across like he's just politicking. You have to see why people like him to an extent. He does politics. See, I've seen politicians talk. I know when politicians are politicking a lot. I've seen Obama bamboozle a lot of people. But when you hear Peter Obi talk, it's like Obama too, to an extent. You know he means well too. He's not just only saying it. He also means well. And the numbers that he talked about, not here. I have listened to a lot of politicians and I've listened to many Nigerians. None of them are actually talking about the problem where it truly belongs.
Do you think Obi is different? Are you telling me Obi
he's not that different? I'm telling you, he's the best among all the ones we've seen.
You cannot say it's the best. Don't say it's the best.
I can categorically say that so far, I'm not know about the policies of Tinubu.
I respect your
don't know about
opinion.
the, of course, thank you.
I respect your opinion on that.
You have to say in your opinion.
In your opinion, I respect that.
So far, and I gave the reasons why.
In your opinion, is the best. In my opinion, in my opinion, your opinion is Peter Obi is the best. My opinion is Shuore is the best. Because if you look at the trajectory of both Peter Obi and Shuore has remained one party man. All right, if it's even Wike, when you look at Wike, as bad as you think Wike's politics is,
I prefer Wike to Peter Obi.
Actually. No, I'm just telling you, Wike has remained a one-party man since he started his politics. How many times has Wike Obi moved from party A to party B? Up until 2 months ago, he was a member of PDP. The derided PDP that we always talk about every time. When you talk about the ruling class, right? The principals and the proprietors and proprietors of the ruling classes in Nigeria, they are both in PDP and APC. Obi was in one of those parties. So he's coming from them, and he was almost a vice president. He shared in the money and everything that Atiku distributed the last time. He shared in buying votes and everything. So if he had become a vice president, it means, right, all the baggages that Atiku was bringing to the table, he's part of the baggage. He was part of the baggage, and you see how he idolizes Atiku up to now. He calls him my boss, my whatever. So look, when you are talking about Obi, stop talking like to us as if we are not Nigerians. We are Nigerians, so they may be different in certain ways. But this Obi you are talking about, he has his hands in the cookie jar too. So
I agree with that. It's not only Peter Obi has his hands in the cookie jar.
Yeah, that's what I'm just telling you.
We all have our hands in the cookie jar. We Nigerians are the ones that create what we have.
So there's nothing Obi has said. I've seen a lot of them speak. Okay. But what I'm saying,
have a record. He does have a record too. So it's not only about talking. His record of living surplus in government. His record of improving education in his state. His record of building
if you are talking about living surplus in government, if you are talking about living surplus in government, right? It's not the only politician who has done that.
Who? Did Emiloku? Did he leave? Any surplus when he left?
Go and check.
I'm asking a getting question. Don't tell me yes or no.
Hold on. Emmanuel, let that conversation take place between Enigmatic and Two Niger. I think they're both capable. Carry on, guys.
Yeah, they keep. I mean, I was in Anambra State when Peter Obi was a governor. Ngige was a governor before him. Ngige basically did even better than Obi when you are talking of infrastructure development in Anambra State. So for the fact that Obi, yes, you cannot tell me about Anambra politics. I know the whole of Southeast.
I'll ask you more about that, but about this is surplus. You said some other governors have done the same. Miloku, that has run some of the richest states in Nigeria.
My state governor. Listen to me. I know your focus is everybody is talking about Miloku. There is no state in Nigeria. There is no state in Nigeria. There is no state in Nigeria that we have a handing over note at the twilight of the administration that will not leave something in the account. The only difference with Obi is making it like he did something very unusual in Nigeria's political system. No, he's not doing anything unusual.
You know what?
Even Soludo was not even talking about because he almost rubbished it because there's nothing he did that no other governors are not doing. But the fact that they're not speaking about it doesn't mean they're not doing it. He saved us in a different way. Others are doing theirs in infrastructure development.
To be fair to him,
Obi is a good man. I've always said it. But the way they are trying to make Obi look like it's not just an ordinary Nigerian typical politician, that's what actually gets me right off.
You know what? I agree with you on that.
This man was just in PDP up to 2 months ago. And
I agree with you that
he was almost the vice president. One of the biggest coups. One of the biggest coups in Nigerian political system. He was almost a vice president to him. And he calls that man my leader. He calls that man my friend. He calls that man everything.
It looks like this guy is really hyped against Peter Obi.
Hold on. Enigmatic. Let Two Niger push back at you. So carry on.
Yeah, I think I understand your frustration sometimes when people feel like you cannot question Peter Obi. I am on that column too, because you have to be able to question things. Because in the end, like you said, he's a politician. He was just in PDP. When people start acting as if he's Christ now, that savior mentality is not going to help you at all. And even Peter Obi, in one of his statements, actually said the people are the ones that should decide what happens. That you have to understand. You know, when Obama says, we are the ones, you are the ones you have been waiting for, it's you, the people, are the ones that can decide what happens. It's not just a statement. There is some truth there. That's why people resonate with it. And I get your frustration that people are behaving like that. And you actually call him a good man. This is exactly where I am too. I want to question him. I want to make sure we scrutinize what he's going to do for us, not just rhetoric, but I also understand that, okay, look at all the field that we are in here. Look at, we have one of them that many people don't like a lot. He's made himself very, very rich from politics. He's inspired a lot of loyalties among the powerful.
In chronological order, Obi and Chiwore will be my number 1 and number 2 for you to know today now, okay? Because I know Obi's politics very well. 1 and 2. Those are my choices.
I worry that Chiwore is too old school. So you will be surprised. Chiwore is more old school than Peter Obi.
I'm at least the worst of Chiwore is better than the best of Atiku or Tinubu, right? We can agree on that. Right? We can agree on that.
I don't know that they condemn Tinubu completely. See, I'm not one of those people.
And the worst of Peter
Obi. Let me tell you something about Tinubu. People have to respect Tinubu to an extent. Tinubu from nowhere. Tinubu, we have to understand this. This is a man that rose from nowhere and has inspired so much loyalty among the powerful. How do you do that? This man has cultivated human beings and powerful human beings to a point whereby you see such loyalty to him. I don't think it's based on this kind of threat or just
I'm not condemning
something's right.
I'm not condemning. No, it would be very unfair of me to say, oh, Tinubu. I hope I've met Tinubu before. If you meet Tinubu one-on-one, you'll be questioning yourself. Are you actually meeting the Jagaban?
Exactly. That is what people don't understand.
Very homely, very funny, very, very jovial and very funny. Okay, and if he looks at two things in human beings, right? He can spot brilliance. That is why we see this all Bajabia Miller. I know he picked all of them from Chicago, from Houston, from Dallas here, and he took them to Nigeria to revolutionize the Southwest politics before he started branching to other places. Why Tinubu is different from all those his colleagues in '99, right? Is because he's been able to invest in human capacity all these years. That is why all this Uzo Kalu. Okay, look at Abia State for instance. Uzo Kalu left and he installed TAOG. TAOG and Uzo Kalu fell out within the first term of TAOG. Look at what is happening between Uzodinma and Okorosha, two Igbo men in the same state, right? So the difference of Tinubu's politics is what you are seeing now, and because he has a lot of political machinery now working for him. But we are not talking about that. If you are talking about
I disagree with you.
Okay, if you are talking about his brilliance, and if we're talking about what he can bring to the table, if Tinubu becomes the president, he may not be the ideal president you want, but he will give you the best cabinet you will ever have in Nigeria. But we are talking about Obi and the alternative that Obi and maybe Chiwore can bring. Obi has the brain, right? He may not. Obi has the brain.
Enigmatic. Let Meadowman come in a bit. I think he wants to insert
something.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, Meadowman.
No, that's all right. Meadowman.
No, that's all right. No, I wanted to ask him a question, Elias. A question I've asked before, and nobody responded. They responded, gave me an answer I wanted. You were talking about Obi, and then you mentioned you kind of equated him to Chiwore and something like that. You compared him. So you said there is nothing Obi has said while he was running as running mate to Atiku that he is not that is new from what he's saying right now. I wanted to ask you, what has Chiwore done in the last 5 or so years that he's been running, and what is he doing different now? Why is Chiwore's campaign not picking the steam he needs? What is really going on there? And then about what you mentioned, Oju Zokalu and Theoji and Okorocha, between Okorocha and Uzodinma. You see,
Yes.
that can be explained. It is cultural amongst us.
Okay.
You know, like one man, one of these days, he said, "Oh, these Igbo people, they kind of have what did you call it? One man, I think you said it was a Messiah complex."
Yes, they are out to rescue everybody.
Messiah complex. What I would say something similar about the Southwesterners. They have a God complex, Godfather complex. That is the difference. That is why you hear, "Oh, I made this person. Oh, he made this person. Oh, he created this person. Oh, it was him who he made everybody there. So they have to support him." That is why people were calling the vice president a traitor, because he dared followed his dream. So that is the difference. So you have to look at that from the cultural standpoint to really understand it. It's not that, oh, two Igbo men are fighting. No, that is not. That is a simplistic way to look at it.
And Elder, I think Yorubas
But when you look at their
elders,
politics, why actually refer to that? Why actually refer to that?
I think Yorubas prioritize elderly stuff. You see, when one of them was conceding to Tinubu, he said something about wanting to live up to the age of Tinubu and something like that. So you see, the Yorubas have that thing that they do, which personally I think Nigerians would do some good to learn something from that. There's some beauty to that. And you see grown men, governors, just stepping aside for one guy. Personally, I thought Tinubu was, being arrogant by saying Emilokun and all those things, but they still fell in line anyway. So I saw some beauty there, and maybe something others.
No, I understand. I do understand that. I admire that. I admire it, but I don't want it for me. It is something admirable, but it is their culture. It is their culture.
Do you know why? Why I was speaking to that effect was that, Tinubu's politics is quite different from, the typical politics of most Nigerian politicians, right? There's one thing, I don't know how maybe translate that in appropriately in English. There's one thing they call Agbalumararangba. That's the kind of politics that Tinubu plays, right? He has capacity, easy capacity to actually forgive and come back to the drawing table, especially when they are trying to achieve a goal. He will find every way.
The bigger picture.
That is good. He sees the
that
bigger
is
picture.
why he's powerful, and that is a powerful trait for any leader to have. And we need leaders that can see the bigger picture too. But I see, this is why I'm reserving my judgment to know what he's going to do with the country.
And that's why I was talking about Obi's mistake yesterday. About that. If you look at Soludo now, Soludo is the person. If Soludo was probably in the shoe of Peter Obi now, bro, I will personally spend I'll spend money on his campaign.
For where?
I'm just saying, because
sorry, I'm with you on that. Enigmatic. If
I will spend money on his campaign.
Soludo was the champion, I
one man will come here and tell us that only Ipobians are supporting him.
Obi has made some critical mistakes. Okay, let me give you a very, very important thing. I was earlier today, right? Two senior brothers, Nigerians. Two Igbo guys and one Yoruba man. So I was the fourth Nigerian in that pool. Two Yoruba, two Igbo. But when we are here, we don't see ourselves like that, and we are all colleagues generally. So they are very older than me. So one of them is very close to Dino, and then Dino is in the US now. A couple of them. So when they were talking and when they mentioned Peter Obi, the Igbo guy himself, do you know what he said? He said, "Forget about that man." And the other guy said, why would you talk like that about Peter Obi? He said Peter Obi has already messed his politics up. that even PDP, when you talk about Peter Obi, they will laugh. He said the bigger part of his politics that he killed himself was when he went to PDP. And then it became like one big conversation. The guy said, I keep saying it until he retraces his route to the southeast and find a way to hold southeast as one and then use southeast as a flashpoint to his politics. He's going nowhere. That's what the guy said. And I probably said it maybe yesterday. If Soludo completes a good term, a good 2 term in Anambra State, if he does not break away from Abga, what Peter Obi should have done with Abga, Soludo will replicate it into the national level, and he will play the politics better than Peter Obi now. I can bet it. And I will spend my money on Peter Obi.
I disagree with whoever said that.
I think we're missing it up. We're actually missing it up.
I'll tell you why.
I think what we're even talking about is personality, not even party. Talking about personality.
You cannot talk about personality in Nigeria without talking about the political party. That's what I'm talking about. Peter Obi messed up.
That is why this
Peter Obi was the way he is now in Anambra then when he became governor. When he lost, when he had issues then, and this woman, Beji Etiaba. Oh yeah, when Beji Etiaba.
People have been jumping from one party to another. Let's leave party out of it. We're talking about
come on, man. Are you talking about Atiku? If Soludo, we shouldn't be discussing Peter Obi on the same pedestal as Atiku. Peter Obi should be like should be on a different level. Atiku and Tinubu and Kwankwanso and all those guys, the one we see as typical politicians, they should be on the same level.
He doesn't play the politician that they play. Okay, that's what people don't understand. He doesn't play that same political way they do their stuff.
That's the way you see it. That's the way you see. But within the political realm, they see it as one of them. There's nothing new about his politics. So it's like he has when you explain them,
I don't know why you're hammering on party. Because these youth are not even after party. That's why they told him that anywhere you jump, we'll jump there.
Look, I'm very sorry to say this, right? Nigerian youth, man, I don't have my faith in those folks. I don't have my.
No, don't ever say that. Don't ever say that. Don't ever say that.
I'm saying it. I am saying it. I'm sorry how you feel. I'm sorry about your feelings. But I'm going to say it.
Don't ever say that.
Can you hold on?
I also live in the States.
Can you, Ken, when I say
people
hold
are people everywhere.
Sorry, Ken, when I say hold on, that includes you as well. So no, so please, there's only one rule here is not to use foul language. So enigmatic can say anything. If it's controversial, then you have to use a superior logic to push him back. And
Thank you.
Yeah, but don't ask him not to say it. But if he crosses the line, I will pull him up. But back to the conversation.
Okay, let me tell you why. Well, it's my opinion, right? I respect yours, but you are not obligated to believe what I say or to toe my line of thought. So Nigerian youth, unfortunately, I do not believe in those in those people. If 2 things will happen, and it may really happen within the course of this election, if maybe federal government come together and say, okay, ASU is over, everybody goes to school, then that will be a number one. They will punch a hole in that first. Then number 2, if this BBN Niger comes back now, their crazy stuff, that will be another distraction. And I just don't really, have faith in those folks. I don't.
But enigmatic, that is the same thing for youth anywhere in the world.
No.
The only difference is that the Nigerian youths have been beaten down. These guys were shot. Covered in Nigerian flags. Shot singing the Nigerian national anthem. I mean, come on, we have to put those things into consideration. Youths are youth anywhere. You see them dancing, you see them going to parties, you see them. They shouldn't be worrying about fixing a country. It is
if I were a politician, right, I would rather work with people who I can see that I will be they've given results, and they are more closer to the root than working with Nigerian youth. Anything can sway them.
This youth you're talking about.
Anything can sway them. Anything can sway those folks. Ordinary money, just put some money into their hands and that's it. Put some things in their hands. That's it.
I think that is quite simplistic to describe.
I'm sorry, but that's the way I see it.
You are one of these ones.
All these folks that you are talking about, right? When we are talking about the Nigerian youth, of course they are very intelligent, they are very enterprising. Wherever they are, you can see that never die spirit in them. That the resilience is there. But
enigmatic, look at it this way. Look at the situation we find ourselves as a country. A situation where we as a nation now depend on the youth to come and save us. Don't you see that everything has dabaru?
Every country, you know, America is going through America as it is, bro. America as it is going through its own problem now. Within a week, you saw what happened in the Supreme Court over here. Problem will happen at different levels. But when problem happens, why do you think the major political players, when you talk about the youth movement, why do you think they just laugh and they just move on? Why do you think they do that?
Because they know they're poorly educated. Those youth you're talking about.
I think. Okay, let me kind of try to dismiss this idea that you are sending out there. Let me tell you something. The black men in this world are the least performing of all the races. God. Let me tell you this. Listen. They are the least performing of all the races in the world, and the Asian man that is 5 foot tall is performing better than what our forefathers have done, and even the people in the 90s and this in early 2000s. What have they accomplished? You are busy blaming the people that our incompetence. I don't know where I belong in the scheme, because I'm not exactly that old, but our incompetence has created. You are blaming them. How about the elders? How about the ones that have left us in this terrible situation that we're in? If anything, the youth should be cursing us. How about exactly? The youth should be cursing us that we didn't do our due diligence. We had a chance in the 70s to do what the Indians did, what the Chinese did, what many other parts of the world did, that got ended their colonization and oppression from the West. They liberated themselves, became nuclear powers, and ascended. As a matter of fact, Peter Obi highlighted that all these people ascended, we went backwards. Who did that? It was us. You are really blaming the youth. They were not there. We were the ones that did it.
Please let me give you a quick instance. This is a very personal experience.
They have nothing to do with our failure.
Listen to me. This is a personal experience, right? So something happened with this primary session. This primary session, I have a couple of family members who were involved in the process, and I have a couple of political allies who were involved. All of them won their tickets. But do you know, when I coordinated with a couple of some of my own constituents, like the student union, government, whatever, all those people to sensitize this, we gave these folks money to ensure that they have their PVC wherever they have to, help them to make it seamless, get their PVC. Almost 500 of them. Do you know what they say at the end of the day? That I will say it in Yoruba language, so I will retranslate it. Toba gbewa lokutu wenji. Kama gbowo lojo ibo yen, a ma dibo fun opponent here. So that means take us anywhere for this PPC processing. If you do not put money down on the election on the primary day, we are going to vote against. We are going to vote against you. We're going to vote for your opponent. These are the same youth to be grooming for almost 4 months, 3 months. They stayed and they did all these things, and at the end of the day, they are telling you want the money. So when we are talking about the youth, all these millions of PPC, these guys are cashing out, forget to grow.
That is your opinion.
No, we have to let them cash out first.
Look at the country we live in. I had to go and buy petrol in Abuja to power my generator, which I should not have to do. Then you can't even get the petrol from the filling station. Then you have to go to black market to buy petrol. And now petrol is around 300. Literally, soon you are going to have a black market for the black market too to get petrol. This is the country you are living in, and you are blaming the youth for that. The youth didn't create it. It's some of these leaders that are looking to run for office for PDP and APC that created this lack of function in their country. The youth were born in the 2000s. We cannot blame the youth for that at all.
All right. Enigmatic, round off your thoughts in a couple more sentences, and then I want to go on to Emilokon. So back to you, Enigmatic.
Yes, sir. So, in my final analysis, I am not, for clarification, I am not blaming the youth. I'm just saying the over dependence on the youth. We turn things around. That you guys should be careful about that. One. Number two, Peter Obi is part of the system. He's one of them. It's nothing new about his politics. It's nothing new about his rhetoric. And then we want changes in Nigeria. I hope the Messiah will come. But like I always said, this is not a circle. And I wish everybody well. That's it.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So always well presented with Enigmatic. So from Enigmatic, we go on to Emilokon. So Emilokon, we started off the sort of session with the live streaming of Peter Obi's speech, just to really get a feel of the man and his politics, because a lot of people don't really pay too much attention to him speaking, and we just form thoughts on just antecedents and lazy biases. So we paid attention to him speak, and the takeaway from that speech is what we were discussing, although the conversation has deviated somewhat. So hopefully you were with the streaming when we were playing Obi's speech. So we're inviting commentaries on that. So Emilokon, to you.
Thank you, one man. And to the house, I want to say I greet you maybe in the morning or afternoon, wherever you are. But yeah, it's a bit late, so I will say good evening here. I listened to the stream, woman, and I appreciate your efforts, even though you were trying to to have your rest this evening. Well, to Peter Obi's statements, I would say that if you listen carefully, you understand that what he has said is not anything too special. But we need to give credit to him, and we must also acknowledge that Nigerians' problems, they are not really too peculiar like that, or let me say too particular to us as a nation. The problems we are facing are problems that nations have faced in the past, and the solution will always be a general solution. So we shouldn't expect too specific answers to solving our problems. All we need is somebody who is willing and who knows the steps to take to solve those problems. Now, I'm not expecting him to even share those steps, but something is here. Something we need to look for here is this. We need to define our problems. At least that's where it starts from. And that is what he has done. And that is why I give credence to him and trying to support him in every way, because all the other candidates that we have seen, even our leaders in the past, how have they defined our problems to this point? They have never defined our problems. They will only just summarize and make you feel like they are there to solve it. Will they even really solve the problem? That's the thing, because so far they've not done anything. Buhari came in 2015. He mentioned all the problems too as well, as if, but the question is, these people have been in the game. Look, if they've been in the game as a youth and they've grown in that game. They've subjugated the nation, the whole populace, into believing that survival is all they need and not to thrive. And they give you a piece of meat and take the whole cow, and they want you to praise them as if they've done the best for you. Nigeria is bigger than that. Nigeria should enjoy more than that. And the Nigerian populace are not even expecting too much of a thing. And that is why that lackadaisical attitude has festered even to this point. Because one way or the other, as they normally say, the funny, how did you say that if you push Nigerian to a war, he would rather bow you into the wall than to fight you back. But we must come to the point that we must fight back. We can't continue to run from our problems. And that is why that in any way, we should use platforms like this to continue to fan the little flames that can salvage this nation. Of course, the elders, they are there. They've been playing this game from even while they were youth, and they are the one who brought us to this point. So if you say you can't rely on the youth to solve the problem, they are not reliable, they are not serious and this. Well, maybe they've not in the past, but trend normally change. You need to know that. So if Peter Obi have come with this and the youth are buying into it, Peter Obi is not a god. Now nobody expected Peter Obi to solve all the problems. Nigeria problems are huge, and you can't expect somebody to say, I will solve it all. But we must move in the right direction if we want to really solve all these problems. And that is what Peter Obi is, that is what the light that Peter Obi is bringing. That I know the problems, I'm not saying I will solve it all. In fact, I can't assure you that I'm going to solve it all. But the thing is that I know this problem, and with you, together, we can solve it gradually. I said something I said Nigeria is in a situation right now. We are in a sensitive situation. Power is changing hands. That's what we need to know. The cabals are replacing themselves. And there's no matter how small this might be, there's a minute chance of hope that we can salvage this situation. But it starts with our participation. We can't just continue to rely on apathy, voter apathy, and all those, and think we are going to make the change. And that is what the youth are doing right now. That is a little fan of flame that I want people to, no matter how sure you might think that, oh, nothing is happening, and nothing happened because it has never happened in the past. You need to know that the change starts from small. And the youth now are trying to get into it gradually. We need to continue to fan that flame that, okay, get your PVC. By voting alone, look, if people should even vote, imagine, if like 100 million should vote, we would have exhausted the whole INEC voting paraphernalia. There will be little or no chance to rigging, for example. And whoever, even if it's Tinubu, if it is Atiku, whoever wins that election will not be indebted to a minute few that rigged the election to him. They will be indebted to the number of people, because they will now know that, I didn't get to this position because I was rigged into it. No, I got into this position because now people are interested, and I got the larger number. They will be indebted to those larger number of people, and they want to do something that can satisfy this number of people, and that is Nigeria entirely. So, but if it is not like everybody's, the youths and this, they are trying to push, but we are pushing them back. They are even the elders are the enemy, not even because I'm also a youth. The elders are not the enemy. They can't do anything. They are pushing. I've heard many people talk on the platform, and they castigate the youth for what they've not even, the problem they didn't even cause. So I want to urge everybody to try to continue to fan this flame.
Emilokon, is it a case of castigating the youth, or is it a disappointment in the lack of an understanding of the situation, an indication that they are willing and able to seize the moment, a directional point for the country for the future? Is there anything that the youth in Nigeria have demonstrated? We are all impressed with them in their individual capacities, dominating the world and all that. But as Nigerians wanting to progress their country, is there anything in the Nigerian youth to vest confidence upon? They opened up that NSAS space, and we're all lined up behind them to say, oh, okay, at last, here we go. And then they quickly shut it down. And Solly was telling us that they are all about cruise, which seems to be the new religion that they worship. So what is there in the Nigerian youth to vest confidence in?
Thank you, one man. Look, if you want a change, you have to expect it. You have to lay examples to lead that change. We can't expect to give what we don't have, or what you have not. You've not sown a seed. You shouldn't expect to eat the fruit. And this, I'm talking to the elders, actually, to the elders. The thing is that what have they done to lead this youth into the life that they want them to lead in the future? There have been a lot of subjugation, subservience, the mindset, the mentality, the future that the youth wanted to live, what should breed a better Nigeria. The elders have already tarnished that image in the mind of an average youth. But on the average, if you look at a Nigerian youth, is a dogged person, is a fighter, but that is to himself. On a collective, you might not find that strength as a whole. And that is what is gradually coming up, because everybody has now come to realize that if I don't participate in my little way, if you don't participate in your little way, this problem will remain. But our little energies put together can lead to a critical mass that can make a desirable change. And that is what is coming together, gravitating together right now. And that is why I want everybody to, even though you are going to maybe give a level of how will I even put it, to correct maybe a part of a particular inaction or action that is wrong, but we must in love make these corrections with the youth. Let every form of youth listen to the elders. I know that's come. What they are saying is that this is a better way to do it, but we appreciate what you're doing, because the elders have not sown this kind of seed to receive this reward. So the youth must be trusted, and they must sense the trust, because they can learn. They are fast learner, and they are determined to. They are the ones receiving the bulk of this punishment.
But here's the issue. PLP is a good candidate, but no one will support him. We have a good candidate in Nigeria, no one will support a good candidate. They always want to support the corrupt one, like Tinubu. That's the problem with Nigeria. You see, we have
I didn't get
people.
that.
We have good people in Nigeria.
What Charles is saying is the problem is that they have a candidate in Peter Obi who he supports, but
Yes.
Nigerians don't want to support him. They want to sort of support the corrupt Atiku Tinubu.
Look, it is not, that shouldn't be far-fetched to reason out. This is a system fighting against a new system, and there will be fight until an equilibrium is reached. So no youth in its right senses should believe that all will just be served a la carte. No, you should believe that, because it will never happen. Power will fight back. But the thing is that when good forces come together, they always overcome, because the evil force is minute. They only rely on the resolutions of the good forces to keep themselves down. That is it. So if the youth continue, look, this coming election is a transitioning election if we do it right. If every voter should vote, it will send a message. It doesn't matter who wins. Like me, I'm supporting Peter Obi, but I don't care who wins this election. What I care about is that there must be participation, and that in this participation, there must be
sorry, Emilokon, you sound Yoruba, so why are you packing your support with Peter Obi?
Well, because it doesn't have to be tribal this time around to make the change. In fact, and that is one of the best statements to make, that even though I'm Yoruba, even though I can be tribalistic to say, well, I want to support Tinubu, for example, that in one way or the other is regarded as one of the Yoruba leaders. But I see that, to me, that doesn't really make the change. If you are talking of equity, justice, and we want to make fairness truly a base for a good nation, because actually these are the pillars of what good nation stand on: equity, justice, fairness. Then we must look at a side that has not even done it, and not that they have not that because they don't have the capacity to do it. But Nigeria at the moment, I can say I want to support Peter Obi because he ticks all of those boxes for me.
What about Showore?
Showore does too. I'm not saying it doesn't. But the thing with Showore is that he needs to go and start somewhere. He can't start with the presidency, for crying out loud.
So are we not saying the same thing then, if I may ask you?
Thank you very much.
Because it's not part of the system. So are we not saying the same thing?
Like what? I don't get the point, sorry.
YOB is even having a shot at all these media houses and because of all these things, because it's part of the system. Sowore is like an outsider who is trying to come forcefully into that system. And even all these media houses, we don't even regard him as one of them, because when you check the proprietors and the CEOs of all these media houses, two in one way or the other, they are affiliated to two of these political parties.
That is an assumption, and I would like to refute.
It's not an assumption. Tinubu owns TVC. Arise TV is owned by Unduka Obaigbena. Channels is owned by John Mahama. Go and check the three of them and check where they belong.
Every media, any company that must thrive in this world, one way or the other, you must play by the rules of the politics. You can. But within this channel, look, it is in the same channel of evil that good must sprout. If Sowore really means business, look, there is a way you should go about it. There's a way you should communicate it. And people, look, you can say maybe Nigerians are arrogant, but let me tell you, people are sensible to listen, and they can recognize true communication. They can recognize somebody that says, oh, they can recognize passion, but not just a blind passion. It has to, you must play the game of diplomacy, passion. You must play this game completely. You can't just come and want to bamboozle everybody. You want to
Sowore is bamboozle everybody, right?
No,
is that what you think?
I'm not saying he's bamboozling anybody, but his method to me as a person, I do not really subscribe to his method. I listen
Can you tell me that method that puts you off, if you don't mind? Because we are making suggestions to him these days now. Can you
suggest that? Let me say one thing. Sorry. Sowore is a very good man. And I keep telling even Ajale Koko, I keep telling him that if somebody needs to advise Sowore, they should advise him to start from somewhere.
Exactly.
And let him start from somewhere like governors or something that the youth or these people will see that he has played that game, because he's just an ordinary activist. You get? So let him show.
Even use the word ordinary. He's an activist. That is it.
That's the problem we are having in Nigeria, and that's where I actually have these issues, because you guys are. I'm sorry to say this, but you guys are factoring Obi as an outsider, but it's actually an insider. It's one of the establishments.
Obi has done something. Obi has done some work.
Can I interject 1 minute?
So we are using those work, or you call it an antecedent, to judge Obi. That's what I'm saying. So
that's
what can
why
we use
those political people are not even taking serious.
Hold on. Let's hear from Ajale Koko. Let's hear
what
from
are we going to
Emmanuel, please. Let's hear from Ajale Koko.
Thank you, woman. So people that are trying to use this yardstick that because Obi served in a public office before, and that make him more qualified than Sowore to opt for the position of presidency. Is it right? I want to put this question to you guys. Is it right? Hello, who is that? Okay. Is it right to say that Obi should go and step down as well for Kwankwaso, because Kwankwaso have experience in public, in serving in public offices than him, because Kwankwaso have served as governor, he has served as senator, he has served as ambassador, he has served as he even participated in writing, deputy speaker. He even participated in writing the Constitution of Nigeria. Is it right to tell Obi to go and step down for Kwankwaso, because Kwankwaso have more experience? He have array of experiences in public life than Obi. Answer that question.
Thank you, Majali Koko. And I would like to, I'm sorry, Manuel. Do you want to go first? Maybe.
Oh, yeah, go first.
Okay, thank you for that. Ajani Koko, I would say at that level, it is no more something to consider. look, if you have
what
a
is
taste
no
of,
more to consider?
if you already have a taste of service, political knowledge and service at that level of Peter Obi and Kankwa. So for me, I won't consider the depth of what do you call it now? The depth of experience again. Because one way or the other, both of them man handle their state. As a governor for 8 years is not an easy job. And anybody that does that and does it well with good record is considered to lead this nation.
You are not answering the question. Is
No,
Kwankwaso more qualified than Obi because he has served in public offices than Obi and more experiences than Obi in public in public life?
That's what I'm saying. They are both qualified. That's the point. They are both qualified, and now it depends on the
one is more qualified than the other. What are you talking? If you are using yardstick, that Obi served as just one governor,
Yes.
And because of that, it's qualified for presidency. But I'm saying between him and Kwankwaso has more experiences than him.
Well, that depends on the
various public offices.
Let me highlight something.
Governor of Anambra State. Hold on. Yes, just Anambra State. What do you call it? Because you are using the yardstick of experience. And I'm telling you that Kwankwaso hold on. Kwankwaso, if you are using that experience to knock down Sowore, that because Obi has served in one public office, governor. But Kwankwaso that he has served in a legislative arm of government. He has served as executive governor. He has served at the federal level as
okay.
Fine. I would say but whoever the speaker was, which is I think Emilokon. So Emilokon, take on that point that I think Ajande Koko had already fleshed out, and then round off your submission. So Emilokon, back to you.
Thank you, one man. I would say that it is either that you have served or you have not served. That is it. It doesn't matter to what capacity you have served. Especially, of course, not that it doesn't matter, but the fact is that there is a yardstick in that service that you don't drop down from. That is the point to me. And if you have records to back it up, that even makes it even much more considerable. Anambra, Peter Obi has done well in Anambra. Fine, that is even subject to debate anyway. But to me, he has done well so far. So is Kwankwaso. But now when we are talking of equity, Peter Obi represents that at this moment. He represents justice and equity and fairness. And that is why that we have to look into that direction.
So does Sowore does too now?
No, it doesn't. Sowore represents the Yoruba client, and the Yoruba have had this position. They've had both the president and the vice president. They've enjoyed that. Is that also Obasanjo enjoyed this position, the presidency for 8 years? We have Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, presently the 7th year going to the 8th.
I think what you highlighted is something I wanted to highlight to Ajande Koko too, is that leadership is not only based on just only qualification, it's also based on what the times require. And this is where Peter Obi's candidacy seems more potent right now for Nigeria than that of Sowore. And
now because now Sowore is a Yoruba man.
No, not only that, and the fact that Sowore, if I was Sowore, I would have tried to engage with the system.
Because of Shiba Obi, Sowore is now a Yoruba man.
See, Mo knows of Nigel Farage in the UK. Nigel Farage didn't even win a seat in the MP, House of Parliament, but he transformed the UK, got the UK out of the EU. So sometimes when you want to make a change, you really go to the levers where you can pull change in public discourse. And Sowore, what I find with him is that he just wants to run for president. And that is not the way to go. Sometimes you can use a strategy. You should learn from what people that are not part of the establishment, how they make changes to the system. If I was him, I would go.
Sowore just got released. One of Peter Obi influencer. He just got him released from DSS captivity. So
it is not a matter of don't
now
come to that angle. I know what happened. I know what happened. Please don't bring that case here. I know the game they play, and I know how Obi get himself involved. Let's don't even digress to that angle. So leave Sore and whatever he's doing. So what I'm saying is that he should get involved in all these thing was. Let's see what he can do first, so that we'll rate him from there.
Yeah, I think they just want to know. They just want to know his experience, what he can do when he's in public.
Shure forward, which is good. I'm not saying that. And Shure, I'm not disputing him. I don't know what he can do, and I'm not saying if he gets to that same position, he won't do well. But that is still an open discussion. That is not a certainty. So wherever maybe he's a good person or not is not a certainty at this moment. And that is why every and that is why every electorate, like the one I represent, want to see something. We want to. It's not a matter of, oh, he was not in the DSS or this and that. That doesn't cut it. What's his name? This President Tinubu that some people don't even regard today, was one time too in that same position. He ran from the country. He didn't even have to say Nigeria from 1993 thereabout. Why? If you look at Tinubu in 1993 and this President Shure, what's the difference? They will both say, oh, they've suffered for the same democracy. But look at what Tinubu has done so far in this when he got the power. How he has amassed wealth to himself. How he has tried to say, oh, he has developed people, which I believe that is not even true, because you need people to even become who you are. But what have you done? There are times that as a leader, you fold your hands and you let things be, and you look at how people develop the nation. You will just have to know when to leave the stage. But no, he still wants to do it and enjoy every form of benefit. To what extent? To the extent to what purpose even? That's the point. So for me, Shure should start somewhere. It doesn't matter if you
Obi that have jumped from one party to the other several times. Does not show to you as a very unstable man, a man that is not different from a typical Nigerian politician.
A typical article.
Typical Kwakwanso, typical the rest of them that have moved from PDP to ABGA back to PDP, now to Labour, and where it's going to go tomorrow, you don't even know. So it's okay with you to follow unstable leader, unreliable, undependable, and a person that lack vision. So it's good for you, right?
No, let me answer you. Let me answer you now. Well, if you might, that is your own opinion to define him as unstable. But to me, it doesn't matter if you like it cross carpets to any party. Because at the moment, do we even have party ideology? What differentiates all the parties? That is especially the two parties. Obi left ABGA for a particular purpose. He was playing by the politics, and there's no sin in that. You can play by the books you can play by the roots of the books.
But so you like the rule that the way they play it in Nigerian politics is okay with you.
I like. It's not that if I like.
No, I'm asking you a question. So that rule, the way they play it in Nigerian politics, is okay with you.
Because apparently there's no ideology in Nigeria. Okay, what's the difference between PDP
okay, so it's okay. Do you know that is why you don't have a stable country? Everything is unstable in Nigeria because your leaders are very unstable as well, including Peter Obi.
Are simply your generation of leaders. They are your generation of people. And they
are. Please, can I ask you a question, please? Can I ask this man a question, please?
These are the same set of people that your generation that have brought the same unstableness. And
but when somebody like me,
let's take an enigmatic question, and then Emilokon, you answer that question, and then round off your thoughts so that we can go on to Andre A, who has been waiting patiently. So ask your question, enigmatic. You answer Emilokon, and then we move on.
Emilokon, I quite agree with your opinions. I respect your opinion, okay? So you mentioned something just now, which I'm going to hold you to. You said Obi's kind of politics is about what you feel about his opinion or what you think there's a reason for him moving from party A to party B. So everything they say Obi has done to say, okay, he has done this wrong, he has done this wrong, they will say, oh, it's hearsay. How do you know? So how do you know when they tell you Atiku has done this, Tinubu has done this, but that is not hearsay? It's a factual statement when it becomes those two guys. So what is the difference between Obi's politics and Atiku's politics? Obi moves almost every time from one party to another. Atiku does the same. So why?
Yes.
What is the difference? Why also be a saint and Atiku an evil man?
Well, thank you so much for that question. I wouldn't say that Atiku is an evil man, but the thing is that these are the same generation of people that we should be tired of. Atiku has played the game. He has shown from his antecedents, we have seen what he can do. Of course, he can serve as a good president because one way or the other, I think he's a good politician in quote. But the thing is that when you don't know when to leave the stage, it tells of your greed. That is it. And there's no, if you are greedy, you can't make a good president, in my opinion. You must know when to leave the stage for the next generation to come up and solve the problem. You can't be the champion all the time. That is my opinion with Atiku. He has been contesting for the same position since 1993, if I should learn that properly. Please, what is it that you want to come and do that you can impact into somebody and push forward? It must not be there. You must not do it. And the same thing with Tinubu. And that's why I have a problem with somebody saying it is my ambition to be. It is not a matter of ambition with Nigeria. No. The people
But
must
this is the first time Tinubu will be coming out for any elective office since 2007. And he has never changed his party. Obi has changed party one way or the other. So they are all the same thing, bro. No matter how you say it, I see them as the same thing.
I'm not dressing Obi as a saint. I'm not saying I'm dressing Obi as a saint. But the thing is that is Tinubu a better person than Obi? Will he do it better? We can see what he has done in Lagos. We can see the way thugs and people
No, don't say that. If you want to compare Tinubu and Obi's politics, Tinubu will beat Obi down, hands down, anytime, any day. Forget about that.
Can you start listing them then? Because I am really curious about Tinubu.
I am not doing that. You are a Nigerian. Go and look at Lagos. Go and look at.
All I know about is the
pictorial evidence of Lagos between 1999 and 2007 and before 1999. You should do the mathematics and look at
Lagos was not totally upside down when I was in Lagos in the 90s and the early 2000s. People act as if Lagos was totally transformed.
Too much credit for what he has done.
Okay, you shouldn't give Obi too much credit for what he didn't do in Anambra State too. They are all politicians. They are all the same. So what is good for the goose is good for the gander. Obi is part of them. Obi was in PDP 2 months ago. He was in PDP 2 months ago. He shared money 4 years ago. He shared everything that Atiku did 4 years ago. So he's part of the system. He's part of the ruling class. Showore is different from all of them. Showore is different.
What you are saying, let me just say something about that moving from party to party. I think when somebody moves from party to party, you have to ask them a question why they feel like they need to be jumping from party to party, which may involve some lack of judgment. That is one thing, but you know also that Nigeria's politics doesn't have any basic ideology. It's based on whether people feel comfortable there. So
that's
Peter will be moving around. No, let me finish the point. Now, Peter will be moving around maybe a bit of lack of judgment on his part. It may be a lack of judgment on his part, and that is something somebody has to criticize him for. Because if you move from party to party like that, you have to ask yourself why. You don't know how to judge party before you join one, or because they don't like you anymore, you decide to jump out of the party. So you have to ask that, but it still doesn't mean that takes away from the potency of his candidacy. Because for what he's talking about and his record, that's something. It's not only the way he talks about the issues. You feel like he actually means it. We're not talking about somebody like. Coming across like, oh, I'm going to do this for you, flashy. He's not even talking about what he's going to do. It's the way he talks about the things. I think that's what people are relating to. And the fact that the other two guys are old men and look like old establishment figures. That if Wike was in PDP today, Peter Obi wouldn't be a massive factor right now. That's what tells you what is happening.
Or Sibanjo.
We can still in PDP now. What are you talking about?
All right. So, Emilio, round off your thoughts, and then we go on to the next contributor. So back to you, Emilio.
Thank you very much, man. So I want to submit to everyone here that please, in any way you can, the first thing that can salvage Nigeria as a nation is that we promote vote politics participation. And the base of politics participation is to vote. It doesn't matter who we vote for, even in this present coming election. It doesn't matter. The win here for us as a nation is that we all should vote. And if we all can vote, that will give no room for rigging, at least little to no room for rigging. It will speak volume to these politicians that they hold the nation and not a minute few. And gradually, we will get to this point where we can continue to decide better and better and have better decisions. So I will submit that we shouldn't quench this faint flame of fire that is burning amongst the youth that represent the entire nation. We should fan it to flames, let it burn aggressively, that we may win. One way or the other, we are leaving this nation to them. And our children and children's children will see what is, we will enjoy what we leave for them. So we need to plant this seed so that we can enjoy the fruit and our generation can enjoy the forest of of goodness that we want to see. But if we continue to play tribalistic politics, if we continue to play money politics, we will never win, and Nigeria will suffer for that.
Can I talk?
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank
Thanks,
you,
bro. Local, thanks for your interactive session. Thanks for your responses.
All right, thank you.
One man, can I talk?
Sorry, hold on. Who's that?
One man.
Yeah.
Can I say something to?
Oh, is that
Melokon?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let me say something to Melokon. Yeah, Melokon, you are saying that it's my own generation that destroyed Nigeria. It is true. But,
I'm not, please, when I say that, I'm not referring to you as a person.
I know, but I am just trying to let you know that, yes, I am not one of those people that destroy Nigeria. And I would like to urge you, I would like you to listen to this advice.
Yes,
you said you are Yoruba. On man so wípé tó bá ń gé gínígbó, àgbà ló mọ ibi tó máa wó sí. When they are cutting tree in the bush, only elders know where that tree will fall on. The direction where the tree will fall on, only the elders know. So I am telling you, as a brother, as an elderly person to you, that there is no way in that obese.
Adele Koko, you're breaking off.
Did you just try to use tribalism as a way of?
I respect your opinion as an elder.
Hold on. Let Adele Koko land. Adele Koko, are you back? Adele Koko.
I think
all right, Adele Koko, I think you faded out a bit, but I think
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. So what I'm telling you is that as an elderly person, I know Nigerian politicians, including Obi, have nothing for your future. The only person that can represent you better is Omoyele Sowore. Go that way, and that is the way to success. That is the way that can take you to promised land. So take a look of it, think about it. That is my advice for you.
I respect your advice.
I'm far older than Sowore. I'm over 10 years older than Sowore, but if
I respect your advice as an elder, I do not.
You participated in politics. I know the way politicians play the game. I know the way they lie. I know the way they can sing in such a way that you will like. So, and that is the way Obi is singing a kind of song to you guys that sounds good, but it's just one of them. There's no way there. Omoyele Sowore is the ticket following.
You, sir, for your submission, and I respect it as an elder, because we do not throw the words of the elders to the grounds like that. And I know you have your reasons for saying that, but I want you to also know that we also know why we are saying this. Even though we call ourselves the youth, we are not still kids in this matter, and we are also capable of logic and reasoning. And we have seen that even though we lose, it is not a loss. It is still a win in the long run if we do not tire off. Maybe Omoyele Sowore can come in the next 10, 8 years to contest again, and we have seen his antecedents. Then maybe we can still vote for him. But as at this coming election, for me as a person, I will urge every youth that also, like me, we should look towards Peter Obi. He is not going to be the old savior, no, but he can channel the path that even someone like Omoyele Sowore can come and build on if he has a good antecedent as at then. That is my submission. Thank you so much.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Well put, Emilokon. Join us again, because you seem to present well, and we always delight in people who present well. So thank you for that submission. So from Emilokon, we go to Andre A. So Andre,
thank you so.
All right, a real delight. So Andre, good to have you. So you've been following the conversation. Hopefully, you saw the Peter Obi clip, which is the base of this whole session. So we watched Peter Obi in his words, and we were all impressed. But a lot of people, I don't know if you watched Jerry Maguire, where what's that guy, Tom whatever, the actor in it was saying, "Show me the money, show me the money."
Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise.
Yeah,
Tom Cruise.
Show me the money, show me the money. So we heard the rhetoric rather. We heard the rhetoric from Peter Obi, but what people are saying is, show us the substance, show us the substance. So the solution is what people are asking for from Obi. Are you on that train as well, Andre?
Yeah, I'll start with, obviously, thanks. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Carry on.
Yeah, thanks for having me on the platform. This is my first ever engagement on any live platform at all. I've been listening to you for quite a few, for close to 6-7 months now. I listen every time. Quite interesting forum and conversations going on. I would like to start with Emilokon, and everything he said hit the nail on the head. Everything he said, from his perspective, though, everything everybody has said has hit the nail on the head. Now, I sit here looking at cohesion. There's the Peter Obi, there's the Atiku, there's the Tinubu. Then that's one facet, should I say. On the other hand, there's the people, the Nigerian people, the mentality on its own. Then on the other hand, there are the foreign partners, the foreign, the UK, everybody who has a vested interest in Nigeria. So I'm happy that these discussions are being had now. Without this type of platform, it will never be had, or it won't even begin. So we're now talking about it. I believe, I'll go to the end before coming back to start afresh. Yeah? I believe change will come 10, 15 years from now. Regardless of who wins this election, it's still going to be the same for another 15 years, 20 years probably. Yeah. But I'm happy, as Omiloko said, it takes little drops of water to make the ocean, the pond, the river, and what have you. Now people have started talking. It was never like this before. They used to talk, but they could not cohesively share their minds. So everybody spoke in pockets. I'm close to 50. When I was 5, 7 years old, my parents were talking this way as well. I'm sure on your own part, your own parents did the same thing. So it's always been the story. Nigeria has always been that story, this same story we're talking about today. But the only difference is now there's the cohesive part of it. It has started. So Peter Obi, I'll go back to that Peter Obi story, has started this. Sorry if I'm not hitting the tunes you want me to hit for Peter Obi.
You are doing very well. Carry on.
Yeah, that Peter Obi drive, has started this type of, you mean change can actually happen in that country? And then the youth can be instrumental in this change. When they say youth, someone explained to me, youths are people from 55 to 20 years old. I was like, whoa, youths are 20 to 55 years. They say, yeah, those are youths in Nigeria. I was like, okay. But these are the people now who have sort of garnered some energy, some power to throw their voice out. That's why Emuniko said this burning, this flame, little flame, that has started. There's a flame now. I don't really care the Showore, Atiku, Tinubu, Obi. I don't really mind. But what is important is the energy that has been realized now that one can make a difference. And that's why I said 15 years. Because apart from everyone is talking Obi, Atiku and co, but nobody's talking about the people. Because the mentality will remain the same. Regardless of who's up there. The mentality remains the same. So that mentality needs to evolve. And everybody has gone to, I think so, everybody has gone to school. Evolution takes time. So for our people, us as a people, it's not about the leaders on top, or not. Yes, they are the ones you see. They're the faces you see. But we are the ones who actually, make things happen. Create what the leaders will show to the outside world. So until we change our mentality, nothing's ever going to really change. It's us. And that cohesiveness, which I don't know how it's going to pan out, so that's why I say my own angle, looking at everything. There's the Northerners, there's the Southerners, there's the Easterners, so it's as if we're looking at individuals to solve our problem. Within ourselves, we can't, we have no clue on how to cohesively come together. We have no clue. How do you then expect one person on top to bring everybody together? It's not possible now. It has to be everybody working together. It has to be everybody. Look, and the dynamics of our country is very complex because I think Omiloko or someone mentioned India. I just caught some small glimpse or snippets of what you guys were saying earlier on. India, this has happened in India, this has happened in other countries. India, they are one, I won't call them tribe, but they're one people. So it's easier for them to cohesively make changes if they're not happy with whoever is ruling. Even in the UK here, I stay in the UK, yes, there's the Welsh, there's the Scottish, there's the Irish, but cohesively they have an identity. So it's easier for them. It's not as easy, but it's easier than Nigeria for them to, speak about change. For us, it's very complex. So I feel sorry for the guys on top. Yes, they're well, allegedly, which we know there's corruption and everything, but when they go there, that's why the problems are too enormous because they can't solve it on their own. It's us that need to, does that make sense what I'm saying?
No, you're doing very well. We're all enraptured. Carry on, Andre.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's my main. That was my main thought. That was what I thought I should say. So
But
from the OB,
sorry,
from
can you hear me?
the
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you perfectly. From the OB, when if you were to ask who I think is going to win, I mean, I've had visitors from Nigeria recently, and everybody is saying Tinubu. Atiku will have maybe a third, or we will have quite a few, many from the east, and that's where it ends. So that's the mentality in Nigeria, unfortunately. And this has been going
But
on and on.
Andre, even if Tinubu does win, the
Mm.
messaging that we're hearing now being propelled through Obi, but we have to set Obi aside. Obi is just a vehicle, it's just a messenger to deliver this message to the space. But the
Yes.
message that we're hearing via the Obi movement now, if Tinubu or Atiku wins, would it be remiss of them? Would it be an error in judgment if they don't take on board what the essentially Nigerians are speaking through Peter Obi, that we cannot carry on like this anymore? So irrespective of who comes on board for 2023, is that change an inevitability anyway? Because even the people benefiting from it, they must now be of the thought that the nation cannot wear it anymore.
Yeah, the nation can't bear it anymore. But if considering what I just said, yeah, it's an evolution. Not evolution. Sorry. You have to evolve. So that's the transition we're going through. Remember, I just said to you, it's going to take at least 15 years. So it has started. It has started. If that can, satisfy a response, it has started, which I'm happy about.
I'm on board with you on that, and that's my roughly projection too, because I feel as though Nigeria cannot continue either to stagnate or regress, especially being surrounded by countries that are progressing, Benin Republic, Ghana, Cameroon, etc. We cannot have it be the case that these are the exemplary countries whilst we're hemorrhaging from within. So it's almost an inevitability. And I think there's some landmark things that will happen within the next 5 years that will propel Nigeria back.
Thank you. You're saying it the way I think it's going to go.
Yeah. So carry on from there, Andre.
Yeah. I mean, we're plotting or plodding forward, taking the right steps. The youth, as they say, social media, the private sector is also coming in. Our celebrities, the churches, everybody's getting involved. So I think someone was like, I can't remember who, one of the foreign speakers were like, oh, if people could get involved or be active. People are being active, but the results you will see in a few years to come. I know we're looking for the immediate solution. It is not going to be immediate, unfortunately. As I said, 10, 15 years. But as it started now, as I said, I'm coming to this platform first time ever, being live with anybody.
So now we know your voice. You must now continue to come on, because as you can see from the comment section, everybody is saying, one man, where did you keep this guy? Where did you find him? So join us as soon as you can. But round off your thoughts. I think we know where you are. You are with a cautious optimism for the future, especially with Obi if he's able to propel it. But regardless, anyway.
Say that again.
No, I said round off your thoughts in a few more sentences, but I think we get the thrust of where you are. You are speaking of a cautious optimism for the future. If Obi can drive it, then that will fast it forward. But that optimism that the future looks somewhat bright anyway.
Yeah, the future is bright. I just I mean, when I listen to you guys, the talks, the arguments, the debate, the questions, I enriches me. I want us to continue this. I want you to continue
You know,
this.
you talk a bit like Ojuku. Has anybody ever told you that? Go and listen to him, and then you hear your voice in his voice. You talk a bit like Ojuku. Yeah.
I want us to continue this, or you continue this. Hey, well, not much more I can add. But I will be a regular person on your forum though. There's no problem there because I really like this discussion, and it's happening everywhere now. It's happening everywhere, but from the diaspora point of view, it's happening. How to engage people in Nigeria to come on board. I'm sure in Nigeria they have their own platforms as well. So that's something to tinker on or tinker about. But I love this. And where's Omalako? Are you there?
Yes,
No,
I am
thank you.
here.
Oh, you're here. Okay, fair enough. And there was someone who challenged you, sort of. Everybody is right. I'm of the opinion there's no wrong in your thoughts. There's no wrong. Everybody's right. It's just for us to sit down and continue these discussions, because that's the only way. It's a basic thing I'm saying to move forward. We have to discuss, we have to argue, we have to, come to common ground. And then if we come to common ground, we can then sell that thought to other people and they come on board, and from there it spreads. But nice one. It's one man, yeah.
All right, Braden. Good to have you. So
thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No problem. So I'll leave you guys now, yeah.
All right. So thank you, Andre. So that's Andre, a new voice now on the platform. So I did tell you that if you click on the like button
of Africa. Thank you.
Please don't call me Kemba.
So when I say to you guys, if you click on the like button, you get quality people coming in. So I don't even have to. So you heard Andre there. So thank you, Andre. Somebody of equal quality. Let's go on to Plato. So Plato, you're up next. So we're getting towards the end now. So be succinct, but have the space to express yourself. Plato.
Okay. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending your area you reside. I have had so many people have contributed on their own and their own opinion. My own humble suggestion for all Nigerian youth is to vote to the right person. Vote to the right person. Though I have listened to...
And that right person is P2B. Is it P2B?
For me, I'm not in Nigeria. I don't know who is the right person to vote for. Nigerian youth knows who is the right person that can transform Nigeria economy and make Nigeria economy more stronger so that Nigeria can compete with the world out there. You understand? Now, as you can see, you see that Nigeria economy is collapsing. Things are not working. If I go back home, people complain that nothing is working. And the three people we have here is Atiku, Tinubu, and Peter Obi. My own suggestion is that since I have heard from Atiku, I have heard from his interview, I have heard from Tinubu, I have heard from Peter Obi, from my own opinion, I did not see any tangible thing from Atiku. I have not hear anything that this is what I'm going to do. This is what I have done before. Even Tinubu, I have not heard anything from him. I think the only person that I can say that this person, I can at least, there is hope in this person is Peter Obi. But I'm not saying that you should vote for him. Or I'm just saying that if you know the right person, you know that you can vote for him. And this man is someone that have done something. Is someone that you can trace his track record. Is someone that you can say that, yes, I know where he come from. I know what he can do. I know what he has done before. With that, you will see that things will move forward. And one of the most important things he said that touched my heart is the electricity, and which he has vowed to fix. If he can feed that electricity, maybe in the space of 2, 3, 4 years, I think he has done something great. You will see that Nigeria economy will boost. Nigeria economy will grow more and more. This is an opportunity for Nigeria to make the right decision. They have spent a lot of years with PDP and APC, and they have not done anything in order to liberate Nigeria from that poverty. I think this is the right time and the opportunity Nigeria have at this point in time in order to correct all the mistakes they have done before. My candid advice, and I'm pleading to all Nigerian youth, whatever they know that they will do, let them do it to make sure that at least Peter Obi win the election. Though he has said that he's not desperate to become the president, but he's desperate to see things work.
Later. But you just said at the beginning that you don't have any candidates. You're not here to tell anybody who to vote for. You're not in Nigeria. But how come now you're talking about Peter Obi as the
because I have heard him say things.
But one man asked you at the beginning. You said you don't have any candidates.
Rational mind. To be fair, the session is actually about a presentation by Peter Obi. So.
Okay. All right.
And also, if that is Plato's politics, then that's fair enough.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, one man. And for me, I like someone that is relatable. One thing that made me to believe in this man is that this man is someone that is relatable, is someone that you can approach, is someone that you can call and he listens to you. Is someone that have, let me use the word human heart. He has human feeling for his fellow human being. Is someone that when he see people in tears or suffering, he can feel it. Is someone that you can relate to. Because I followed him on Twitter, I see the way he writes, I see the way people comment. I say, yes, this is the person, at least this is someone that can communicate with people. The way he communicates with people, the way he relates to people, is someone that can listen to people. It's not people that feel too big to call their attention. It's not people that will feel that, do you know who I am? Don't you know that I'm a president or this and that? No, we don't need someone like that. We need someone that you can relate to, someone that you can approach, someone that they can talk to, someone that can come to the level, to the masses and talk to them and relate to them and face people. For a very long period of time, I have not seen a Nigerian politician behave in this manner and talk to people, come down to people and relate to them. I have not seen it. This is my first time of seeing this kind of a thing. And this is my first time of someone that can give a tweet, only tweet, his tweet, that Nigerian youth go there and collect their PVC. And you see a lot of crowd, people all over the places. Moving on. This is my first time. Even Atiku himself, if Atiku made that kind of tweet, nobody will even listen to him. But this man is the only man that can give a tweet. You will see sometimes whenever I see this man twist, I remember Donald Trump, I remember Barack Obama. These are the people that
you know that Donald Trump and Barack Obama, they are on opposite sides of the spectrum, so they are
yes,
totally different. So I'm not quite sure if there's a parallel between the two.
yes, I know. But what I mean is that the there is a place that I'm placing. There is a level of politics that I'm placing Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not playing that regular Nigerian politics stuff of a thing.
And you know that Donald Trump is a very tribal politician. It's all about tribe.
Yes, 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 yes. I can agree with you with that. I can agree with you. But what I'm saying is that P2B, I think, is a bit different with people that I'm seeing with some Nigerian politicians. For me, with what I've seen and the way I listen to him, with the effort he has made, I think he's sincere and he's honest and he's transparent. He's transparent. And one of the most important thing, one man, I hope you're hearing me.
Perfectly, yeah.
One of the most important things that P2P have human hearts.
That you said that twice. Is that when you say he has a human heart, is that as opposed to having a sheep's heart or a dog's heart?
No. What I mean that is someone that can, when he see his fellow human being passing some difficulties, he can feel that, oh, I can do something. Do you understand what I mean? It's not like some other people. They have block heart, they have stone hearts. They can't even do something when they see that things are going wrong. That is what I mean. That is what, and a leader who does not have that kind of heart will not. People will suffer.
All right. Thank you, Plato. I think we get the gist of where you are. You are not being partisan, but you identify in Peter Obi, the path to the future.
For me, I don't play tribal politics. I don't believe that this person is from this place, this person from the other place. No. Though if they make up their mind that Atiko is the right person or Tinubu is the right person, they are free to vote. Do you understand? They are free to vote. I'm not mandating any person that you must vote to this particular person. No. Why I believe in this man is because of things he said, that go and verify, go to my place, go and ask. This is what I have done. Go and ask.
All right. Thank you, Plato. I think we get the gist of that. But Plato, for reasons of time and with your permission, let me go on to rational mind. Because I want to try to start to condense it now. We are now getting into, I was only really expecting to be on for about 30 minutes or so, but now we're 3.5 hours in. So thank you, Plato. And please join us again. As you know, we do it every day. So that's Plato, a new voice to conjure with in the space. So from Plato, we go on to rational mind. Peter will be, of course, up for discussion. There's no escaping this guy, no matter how hard you try. We are going off the back of a presentation that he made that we live streamed, and people are responding to that. So Peter will be honest politics. Rational mind, be as succinct as you can be.
Yeah, I'm surprised that, in fact, I thought I saw a different. Maybe I was looking at the previous old discussion we had, or you had. I know it was also B. So anyway, I had to go back when you said that, when you mentioned that. Well, for me, I mean, some people might know my position on Obi. I'm for Obi. Like I've always often said, if you say you support Obi, just say you support Obi, and don't oversell your candidate. And I like the way Plato how he provided. I mean, how he made his case, and the other guy is Emilio Con. Everybody, I mean, I appreciate that way everybody. But the thing is, we want to refrain from this. That is, if you can refrain, because I know some people just can't hold themselves back. They're so passionate about some people, about their candidates or whoever, and they talk of them like as if, you know. Well, I think for me, Peter Obi is still somebody to consider. Is the lesser of the three evils. What I mean, maybe the four evils, if I have to include Kwakonso. Is the lesser of the three. There'll be four of them. Is not really. We could say it's part of the establishment, in the sense that he was part of the PDP that brought the rot in Nigeria. But I looked at him. I've looked at his track record. It seems not to be your regular kind of politician, like the kind of politician like Plato also talked about. He doesn't sit on a high horse. And that's the kind of leader we want. Somebody that is close to the people, who would walk among his people, would sit with his people. Like we've been seeing some of our fake hypocritical leaders doing recently. Whenever it's election time, they start going around eating corn, like we saw in the former chairman of APC and the rest of them, and even Ayodele Fayoshe. They will go and they start sitting down with roadside corn eaters, corn cookers or whatever, and then they sellers, and they will start eating corn with them and making it look as if they are. But as soon as they go into office, they go back to their high horse, and they will never come down from that high horse. We just hope Peter Obi is not that kind of person, because going by what we've heard about him while he was a governor, how he walked among students, how he even allowed students, like he said, and which I confirmed, that students have his personal numbers, they can reach out to him. That is how a leader should be. A leader should be able to, bring himself to the level of his people. That is how he is able to know what are the concerns of his subjects, of his people that he leads. And I see that in Peter Obi. He has this persona, this humble persona, and if I were to scale him to the rest of the four major contenders, I think I would rate him more higher than the rest of them before. The remaining three. So just like today again, I was just listening, because for me, I always, despite I will talk about Obi in a good light, I also talk about him in a bad light. Also, we need to consider what was his role in 2019 election. I think I heard somebody, is it what's his name? This former PDP guy that went to prison, Deji Adeyoju. He said during the 2019 election that Atiku gave, was it about billions of naira to what's his name, Obi, to go and share, to buy votes. Well, that is yet to be confirmed. I think that is one challenge I want us to ask Obi, or any of Obi people here, that they should ask him what was his role in 2019 election, as alleged by some people that he collected, because those votes that they got from the east that swelled his votes, that swelled Atiku's vote. Well, how did it come about? Is it that they really voted for him, or they bought it? And like we know, PDP to always buy votes. And
yes, I can answer that.
Is that what?
Sorry, let Rational Mind just come on, because I'm now minded to round it off in
Okay,
about.
so anyway, maybe we'll leave this for another time to discuss this for another time. But then the thing is, we need to query that role. What was his role? Was it really that he collected money just to get more electors from the east? Did he buy votes? I've heard him say he had never bought vote before. And when this guy from Arise was asking that question during an interview, he was saying that no, I did that. He said, was asking that, what about those videos we saw of you sharing money to corn sellers and all those kind of a thing? He said no. So he just said he saw the lady and he felt that the lady needed help and he helped. But then the question is, the one the Yodi just brought up, is this something we should be questioning? So we need to question these candidates, not just really just pedestalize them, put them on a pedestal, and like, okay, he's our savior. No, Obi is not my savior. I only look at him as somebody, as a tool to maybe get into where we want to go. So at some point we want to go in the future. Kind of like taking ourselves from the regular politicians to maybe a new kind of beginning in Nigeria. So maybe can bring us him to be a vehicle for that. But that he is the way we sell him, like as if he's all and all. Let us refrain from that. And maybe we should, maybe in our next subsequent discussion of this platform, other platforms, we should question that part. What was his role in 2019 election? Because he deputized Atiku in that election, and as a deputy, he also has to bring a structure in. And they will ask him, how did he was able to convince electorates to vote for his principle? Did he share money, really, as alleged by the Jade Yanju? Well, that's why I'm going to rest my case for now. Oh, man.
All right, brilliant. Well put, as always, Rational Mind. So Pansat up next. So Pansat, the conversation has been elegant so far, and I'm minded to keep that tempo. So please don't lower the tone. And so without it, and I'm minded not to have you on anymore if you do attempt to lower the tone. So without ethnic jingoism, your contribution to the conversation, Pansat.
Thank you very much, one man, and I'll try to keep up the tempo. It's been quite an interesting conversation. So kudos to you and everybody else who makes this very possible. I did watch the P2B presentation at the Catholic Church Guild. I believe that's where he was talking to them. And as everybody could attest, and I hinted yesterday, is that, yeah, P2B moved from AFGA to PDP and back again, and then to where he is now, which is the Labour Party, but the message stays the same. So for those who don't want to support him because he was moving from party to party, and one man questioned me yesterday if he's a principled politician, the answer now is obvious in this case that, yeah, he's principled because even though he's moving around, he's not what they call in America when somebody it's waffling, changing his tune when he goes over there. So he's keeping the message the same. So it's up to. Is that my system that's making that noise?
I think it's Emmanuel who's not. Sorry, carry on, Pansat.
Okay.
Apologies. Yeah.
Okay, so I think that kind of satisfies those two questions. Number one, is he waffling? No, he's not. He's keeping the message the same, looking and trying to find a solution to some of those. Even boldly admonishing the church at the church event, he told them that, look, it's not just the politicians, it's the church too, who anecdote that he used in that case was a governor, even himself, and they start praising him, calling him Okute, which means stone in the English language from the Igbo. You come in front, even though I came late. The church shouldn't do that. If you come late, you stay in the back, just like anybody else. So that satisfies the principal issue, and I believe satisfies the Ajenlekoko issue of moving from one party to the other. The message is the same. So now, a lot of good contributors came on here, Andre being one of the last ones that came in and just the premises were awesome. He also congratulated Emelika for his own contribution, but his conclusion then was baffling because he says we don't have 20 years. He says it's going to take 15 to 20 years or something like that. I remember when Obama came on the scene and he was campaigning with hope, said keep hope alive, like taking it from Jesse Jackson. But he also added that something about they're gonna do it. Somebody could remind me exactly what that was. In essence, that it's gonna be done. We're gonna do it.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Exactly. Thank you very much. So we should be in the yes we can mode now. We can't go 20 years from now.
Sorry. I'll just cut in. I will never do this again. Yeah, please. Yes, we are going to do it. And, we're a very young democracy. So we're learning the ropes and we're quite complex. But yes, it's going to happen.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to say that I was laughing yesterday because Ovie, when he talked about why he tried to make P2B run 4 years from now, it comes in many. To say Tinubu or Atiku, or I wish there's some Igbos that I can mention, so it's not kind of tribal. What is the guy, the Igbo guy that ran from the east? Any of those are not acceptable to us now. We're not going to give the chance. We're not going to pass this on. This is
it will change. That's why I mentioned the mentality of the people. It's an evolution thing.
Right, I know,
the mentality of the people.
Yeah, hold on, please. I don't. It's a revolution, but it's a civil revolution.
No, not revolution.
Please,
not revolution.
Please let me finish, please.
Sorry,
I appreciate it. Is that Andre?
This is Andre. Yeah,
Andre. Yeah. So what I'm actually saying is I'm trying to prevent that mentality because we are gonna do it now. We don't want anything that's gonna say 2027 or 2031 because it comes in many colors trying to dislodge us from this revolution. So
not revolution, not revolution.
it is a revolution. It's not evolution. I understand. We want a
Yeah.
revolution, but not a military or militant revolution. It's just ideas, hard work.
And it has started happening. It has started happening.
Right. So, but we have 6, 7 months, 8 months to the election. We want to vent Peter Obi right now because there are others behind him, such as Sowore and others. Sowore has the issue, which Abraham Lincoln, I think, is one who said that
Yes.
if you want to test a man's character, give him power.
Yes.
Okay, so for some people, not me, but for some people, Sowore has not had power, so that we can then test his character. Apparently, yeah. So I would conclude by saying that before I come on here, I have so many things to say, but when I get on the mic, I kind of go into a tangent here and there. But so many people have made so many points that it's not necessary for me to do it, but just to tie in my points and say, I'm identifying those who want to move this over for another 4 years or another 8 years. No matter how it comes, it's going to have to sound the same to us. We don't want that. We want to vet these 4 candidates, choose the best one, have the people go behind that person, support them, hold them accountable. Okay, yeah, that's stage A, stage B, stage C. The 4th stage, which is where we are, is to ven it out, support them, bring all the forces together to take the country back from that beast. And then we're going to hold them accountable for what we.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. I totally agree with you. I'm not looking at it from from the top down. I'm looking at it from down up. So I agree with what you're saying. You're correct.
Right. Like I said, I agreed with everything you said until you made your conclusion about evolutionary change or 20 years. Nigeria doesn't have 20 years. We have to take the power back from all those corporates from the East. First of all, I have to now. That's one problem. I guess if Mike Tyson, for example, when Mike Tyson was a super heavyweight in the United States as a black man and he's fighting a white guy, are you supporting Mike Tyson? So a white guy might say, "Oh, you're supporting Tyson because Tyson is black." No, I'm supporting Tyson because he's got a dangerous uppercut and a left hook and a right hook, and it's very powerful, and he could beat you. Okay, so those of us who are supporting P2B, who are from the East, we can't get away from that stigma that you're doing so because P2B is from your tribe. Well, how absurd. Even P2B discussed that today in the clip that one man played. He says, look, it's not a tribal thing. Okay, so unfortunately, the tape was cut off because he was then making the points. Now, look at the 3 points he made that were clear. Number one. Okay, I'll just end here so that.
All right, brilliant.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Pansat. Always well presented when you choose to be. So this is Pansat. This is the frustration with Pansat. He presents well and you delight in it, but then the next time it turns up, you just want to, punch him in the face. Before I go on to the next contributor, this is for your benefit. This is for your benefit, Andre. So listen to this, Andre.
Yeah.
A sudden change of circumstances. I think at this present rate we can go.
Can you hear your voice in there?
No. It's not loud enough.
But one man, please, before you move to the next person, can you chip in something, please?
Yeah, go on.
Yes. In order to put a perspective on the evolution aspect that Andre is trying to say, I think he's just trying to make a point that we must be dogged enough to go that length. Evolution is not a sprint; it's like a marathon. We must be dogged enough to run the marathon to see Nigeria get better. It might come as a revolution, but it's part of the evolution. we must be dogged enough to push it forward. And we must just be untiring until we get it. That is just the point I want to make. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So determined something.
No, one man, could you play the video that you wanted to play, please?
No, I wanted you to. Okay, I'll play for you, but this is your voice as I hear it. So listen to. Hold on. I had it. I had it on my screen just now. So listen to. Hold on. I had it. I had it on my screen just now. Sorry, I'm just going to skip through the. Sorry, who am I hearing back? Sorry, can you mute yourself? Then I share the screen with you. So this is listen to this, and then you almost certainly hear at least this is what I hear when you speak. So this is what I hear when you speak, Andre. So here it is.
I think at this present rate we can go on for 2 years, 3 maybe. And people putting it.
Let me play you a different one because his voice is not clear there.
Okay.
Just wanted everybody to know that I'm not too old to shy away such responsibility if it comes. That's all. How can you take a people like the Ndibo and try and to impose on them a leadership? It's not possible.
So that's the mighty man, of course, Ojuku. And when I hear you speak, that's what I hear. So that's what I hear. So thank you for that. So we go from Pansat to Ife. So Ife, we're taking short remarks, but I wonder how late into the session you came. We played a video of Peter Obi just to document what his stance is on all of the relevant Nigerian issues. So he made an impressive presentation as he always does. But people are asking, so it's good and clever to identify the problems, but now the solution. So Peter Obi, solve a problem and solution. That's the question. Your thoughts, Ife?
Yes, thank you, one man, even though I came late. So I will apologize for that. So on the Peter Obi issue, the truth is I really want him, if given the opportunity, I really want him to be the president. And why I'm saying this is this. Before now, I have this notion of the best way for Nigeria to go forward is for us to fix our major problem. And our major problem is the constitution. Maybe Peter Obi will prove me wrong, Somebody while talking before made reference of India. It's very comfortable for us as Nigerians to reference all these countries, but we don't want to implement one single policy of those countries that are making them work. India is very, very more diverse than Nigeria. But do you know that it was recently I knew that it is the local government that determines the type of language that students will be taught in each local government in India. What the state government does is they will determine the language that will be used to teach in state universities, and federal government will determine the language that will be used to teach in federal universities. In US, every country has its own Supreme Court. So every state has its own Supreme Court. Then they have the central Supreme Court, England here. Scotland has its own parliament. Wales have their own parliament. Ireland has their own parliament. UK, we have the House of Commons. The same thing in Germany. Each region in Germany controls their own education system. But when we want to talk of Nigeria, we now say we have this notion of one policy fix all, and this thing is not possible. Like I think the person that was speaking before Pansat, he was saying, and Pansat made this thing clear, I think yesterday, that the type of what's it called culture we in the Southwest have is not what the Easterners have, and the type of culture of respect to your elders that Southwest has is similar to what the Hausas, the northern people have, either we like it or not, and that's why will be easier to have a structure in the Southwest and in the North. It will be harder to have a political structure in the Southeast. I don't know what's happening in the South, So we have to look at all the dynamics to at least build a constitution that will help us. And that's why I'm saying I want Peter Obi to come, but I know the system is built for people like Peter Obi, not to I'm sorry, it's built for them to fail. If that's what I would say, because I don't know the type of policy he wants to bring where he's talking about insecurity. Let's look at insecurity. He said he's going to target employing about 1 million into the police force. The question is, how is the recruitment going to go? Who is going to facilitate those recruitment? Are we going to have the same mentality in terms of how we look at ourselves? So these are the things. Is it that we want to have a new police reform to look at state policing? So these are the things. I don't know. Economic policies. Is it that there will be a new corridor in the eastern sphere, or Lagos is going to expand it such that the Easterners will not look at it like, oh, he's investing in Lagos. The Yorubas will not be like, oh, he's now an Igbo man, he's leaving Lagos to start investing in the East. So these are these things that I really want Obi to come and see. Maybe he puts another dynamism, but the way he's speaking, if he can get it right, that's good. But sorry to say, well, I don't want to pitch my tent now. Let's look at what will happen between now and the next 9 months when the election is coming to know what's going to happen. Because for me, I still believe it's too early. The time is still very far. Adanle Koko was saying that if we want to look on experience, Kwakwanso. Now, let's look at education policy. Kwakwanso had some form of, I don't want to use draconian, but he had a tough stance on, during Kwakwanso, it was he almost eradicated our mandatory system because he was almost jailing parents of these boys, whereby I think to some extent they were confiscating some of parents' land to put their children in school. A Kwakwanso type of person understands the northern mentality. The question is, does Peter Obi understand the northern mentality to improve the education there, to improve the security system there? The last time our brother in the south, Jonathan, tried to do that, almost all the northern political bigwigs were saying, oh, he's doing all these things to reduce the population of the north. So we have to look inwards, be sincere with ourselves, and define all these things. So that's what I want to say. For fairness, I really want a Southeasterner to be the president. At least maybe to now give us this idea like, okay, everybody has even tried this thing. We've all messed up. Let's come together and forge a way forward, because I believe that's at the end of the day, that's still what will happen. The last time I was speaking with a colleague in the north, he's saying the problem in the north is the apathy of Igbo, of them seeing an Igbo person to be the president of Nigeria. So some quarters there still believe in this post-civil war mentality,
How deep would you say that is from the feel that you got from your friend? How deep is
Hello,
that?
one man,
Can you hear
one
me?
man. Yes, I'm hearing you. Even
Yes.
the ones that came
How deep do you think that from just
80,
from and that's not a real test
80
case, but
yes,
how deep is
85%.
it still? Yeah.
85%. I'm on a platform here. None of them believes in Peter Obi.
That's northerners.
I'm telling you, my northern friends, none of them. They will tell me, we're good. My guy, the way you are looking at way in the north, you are different. Like for a northerner to vote an easterner, then means miracle is happening. Like they would normally tell me, like, you are thinking like it's not, if not that we know you, you are thinking like a liberal Christian. That's the way they would talk to me. Like that the corner for them to vote an Igbo person. That is nearly impossible. The elections will come, we'll see what will happen. At the end of the day, I will not be surprised. The only people that vote for Peter Obi in the north will only be the Christians. I'm sorry to say, maybe some few Muslims, but let's see what will happen at the end in the end of the day, you know. Maybe the Igbo population, the Yoruba population in the north. But an average Londoner does not believe an Igbo person. It's worse to the case that even they are even saying that they don't.
How young are these people that you're talking about? What's their age bracket?
Hello, one man. I'm in my early 30s. These guys are still, I'm like an older person to them. Maybe that's why they still have a sense of decorum within. They are in their 27, 25, 20, 28. Then I'm
And they
like,
are still carrying that civil war,
exactly,
Biafra mindset.
exactly. And I'm like, why can't you guys let peace reign? Like they are like, it seems they have been indoctrinated from a very young age. You
What's the
understand?
level of the education?
Hello, some of them are doing their PhD as we are speaking.
Wow.
We all came on a scholarship. Ajanle Koko.
Wow. Wow.
To tell how that,
That's true, brother. My
But is that
experience
not what we have always suspected? We have
my
always
experience in law school. My experience in law school, you look at them and say, how are you in law school and you are still thinking like this? But
exactly.
when we speak about some certain things, they think we are just bringing out unrealistic ideas. No, if you have been with these folks, I'm a Muslim. As a Yoruba Muslim, they still believe you are not Muslim enough. You are a Muslim, but you are a Yoruba Muslim. Let's just bro carry on, please.
Edingbatik, my cousin is a Muslim. He is in the Air Force. Do you know that when he went to the north, he was saying that he dare not lead what's it called, prayers.
They no born you well. For
And
law
I'm
school,
like,
they chase me come out. Bro, no just don't matter.
so it's like as much as I really want Peter Obi to win, the reality
Enigmatic wọn
on
jẹ́
ground.
ọgbẹ́ni dúró fún wọn.
Bàbá láyé mi tí mo fi parí law school mi sún mi jẹ́ lọ kírun bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́.
As much as I really want Peter Obi to win, the realities on ground is the odds are against him, and that's why I'm not surprised. Look at if Kwakwanso has allowed to deputize him, that would be the end of Kwakwanso in the north.
They will kill him. They will. Bro, wait be your name, I beg.
I go by Ife on the platform. You understand?
You lived in the north, right? Or you live with them a little bit? You live with those northerners a little bit.
You see, by default, I don't know why. Most of my friends have always been Muslim, and most of them are like 50% has always been from the north. Because I've always gone to federal school, so I've always had them.
I see where you're coming from. Okay,
my primary, secondary, uni has always been federal institutions. You understand? So
yeah, I see where you're coming from.
I don't know. So I don't really know what can happen. And unfortunately, the population is not even helping the what's it called, the Southeasterners. That's another problem. The population. I really want Peter Obi to come, but the truth is, all the odds are against him. All the odds are
Ife,
against him.
could I add something for that? Well,
Yes.
I'm from the southeast, and we
Yes.
have a proverb in our place. I'll say it in Igbo, then I will translate it. They say, "Ana asog, ana asojo agog, onya baburu evulata."
Oh, phenomenon, my brother.
Which means all we owe the country, all of us, is to do the right thing, be scientific, do the right thing for the country. We
Right.
cannot base anything on the lowest common denominator. We have our own troublemakers in the southeast who don't even want an election.
Sorry, Pansat. If I is
Yeah.
telling you that these are PhD students
Right.
that are of this mindset,
Right.
so
But
it comes across the whole swathe of this place is what we are, because this opinion that Ife is expressing, we've always known it, but we've always associated it with the Kalakawas, the pedestrians, the lower rungs of their society. But if he's telling us that the echelon, and there's no reason to disbelieve Ife, if he's telling us that the echelons up to PhD, I mean, you're an academic, you know what it takes to get through to that level PhD. So if PhD students are not still liberated mentally enough to jettison parochial thoughts, then that tells you that the whole space is just like that.
Right, but you remember, for example, in the north, you have somebody like Sanusi Lamido who tries to be a little liberal.
Oh, come on, man.
No, forget.
Hold on. What I mean,
do you know what Khalifa means? Do you know what Khalifa means in Islam?
No.
Do you know what it means?
No. What I was aiming at is not what you think. I'm saying that he goes over there criticizing, trying to have their people educated, and then they kick him out of office, the mayorship. So that is that. We know that. There is nobody from Nigeria who doesn't know that there is that problem in the north. But we can't stop our country based on that. We still have to try. If everybody from the south and those in the north who mean well for the country, both Christians there in the north, some reasonable Muslims in the north, be they Fulani or Hausa, and then obviously from the east too. East do have people who are clamoring for Biafra. There are some people who don't even want an election, but we can't go running the country based on those
there are no reasonable Muslims in the north. If you want to hear that,
it's Pansat. It's not Tunaja, it's me, Pansat.
Oh, Pansat, there are no reason. I'm talking to you now from my own experience. Okay?
No, don't say that. Wait. You're saying this as if you generalize everything.
Right.
I have here next to my gate. He's the one that lead prayer to the, I don't know what they call it. In fact,
you are in Nigeria, right?
Yes, I'm in Nigeria. I'm in Abuja here.
I pray nothing. Bro, listen, just a second. I pray nothing happens, and I pray that you are safe every time. I'm not going to say more than that. Then you know what I'm talking about.
So he's one to the next gate. He's one that lead prayer to the mosque every morning. So when he wears trousers, he doesn't touch his down to his knee, because I don't know the kind of
tablet. They call it tablet.
Yeah. So him is the one of the morning he was leading the prayer. He was once preaching about Peter Obi in the prayer, that they should mind who they are voting, and they should think wisely, because the country is going astray. They should not consider whether it is not or this and this. And at the end of that preaching, he said that Peter Obi seems right to the eyes of other people. So I don't know why you're generalizing that from. I don't know whether Abuja is actually different from North. So it could be possible. It could be possible.
What I'm trying to tell you, right, bro? What I'm trying to tell you is, well, I try as much as possible to stay away from from being cynical. Okay, when certain things happen, when we say it, we are not saying it because we hate a certain region or we
Exactly.
are. But I like I told you, I make it open here as code in the
And
southeast.
that's why it should be
So, and
personal.
I know,
It shouldn't
listen,
be
and
general. Because
I
you're saying
know.
that it is general.
No,
It is
I'm
not
not.
general.
Mm-mm,
Because
no,
I have listened to Sanusi Oswell, how he speaks. I have some lot of them that I've listened to.
bro, all these guys that you think you know,
Don't worry about Sanusi. Sanusi is telling you what
Hello,
you want to
hello.
hear. It's
all these people
Takia.
that you
His name
think
is
you know,
Takia.
bro, you know
He's
what
telling
it
you
means?
what you want to hear.
All these people that you think you know, when the ships are down, even you as a
I don't know
Muslim,
what to shift or no shift. I have a lot of friends of Muslim. I have a
good,
lot of them. I
good.
have
But
lot of them.
I'm telling you
In fact,
now,
I
I'm
stay
telling
in
you.
love.
All right,
You
gentlemen, let's
understand?
get back to Ife. Let him round off
All
his
right, bro.
and
It's
and,
okay. No, it's
and
okay.
then Ajane
I wish you
rounds
well.
himself.
So
All right,
just
back
Yeah,
back to
one
you.
moment. One man,
Sorry,
one
Pansan.
man.
I must push.
okay,
Okay,
sorry.
make a quick point, and then we get
Okay,
back
I
to
was gonna say, could you have enigmatic explained
no,
2011
no, because
2011 election where Jonathan beat Buhari?
all right, we'll leave that as a rhetorical question or leave it for the next session. But I'm keen for Ike to have it say, and then Ajane will close things for us. So Ife, back to you.
Yep. So to prove the mentality of Nigerians wrong, and also maybe to also bridge this gap of this apathy for the southeast, I really want Peter Obi to come in. But like I said earlier, the realities on ground is not helping him. A Peter Obi from the south, I'm telling you, we win this election, but a Peter Obi from the southeast could still win, but it will take something special. But let's see what happens. It's still a long time to go. But one thing is this: don't let us be deceiving ourselves. We are different in Nigeria based on our cultural and historical background. Let us find a way or a constitution to address it.
Ife, you
And
said
let us,
something. Ife, can you hear me?
yes, please.
Yeah, you said something earlier on in terms of you were chatting the relationships between the different subgroups within Nigeria, and you
Yes.
were saying there's more synergy between the north and the southwest, for
Yes.
reasons of trade and somewhat
Even religion.
religion as well. So for reasons of trade and religion as well, and there are some people that feel that there's a simmering resentment amongst other ethnic groupings in Nigeria that the Nigerian space is a sweetheart deal between the north and the southwest, where they are passing the batons in between each other to the exclusion of others. So if Tinubu becomes the president in 2023, that will solidify that opinion, and it will deepen and strengthen that resentment. Have you heard that expression that people feel that the Nigerian arrangement is a sweetheart deal between the
Yes, that,
north and the
hello,
southwest?
one man, that's the truth. You know, another people I always feel for again in Nigeria, even though my own part from Lagos is more of, let's say, minor ethnic nationality. The Edos, the Benin people, are they can they also have a president in Nigeria? Or
They are
when we
part
talk
of South now.
one man.
They are part of South, and they play. They play the kind of politics that even the core Northerners regard as politics of hatred. When you play that, it will be very difficult for you to play to the mainstream.
So to buttress that point, do you know that there is an Odufa that recognizes what's it called, the Islamic religion?
Absolutely, yes.
So
Hold
if
on, enigmatic.
yes,
Carry on, Ife.
yeah, so if we have an Odufa that recognizes the Islamic religion,
Do
and
you
we
know
have
the
our,
Odufa? Do you know it?
if you want me to look for it, maybe
All
later
right,
tomorrow I
okay.
can bring it out.
All
Yes,
right, okay,
I
go on.
know, that's
I'm always
it's
keen
what I
on
know.
Odufas, but carry on, yeah.
Yeah, so We have an Odufa that recognizes the Islamic religion. We have our brothers who are Muslims. Like I told you, I have my cousins, I have my aunts, some of them are Muslims, We've lived together the whole time. I talked about trade the earlier time. So because of that similarity, the population itself has already given that space, that opportunity, even though culturally we may be different. We have this type of servitude mentality. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This average Southeasterner or Southerner does not have that mentality. They tend to be more independent on their own, So these are the differences that will always align the politics of the Southwest and this North part to align easily, while the other regions will feel marginalized. And
if it's not entirely true what you're saying, I don't
okay,
agree
no
with you.
problem. Wait, no problem. So I really want a situation whereby the population is not the determining factor of who wins the Nigerian president. Let it be how many places you can win in your region. All this type of 5 million in the north, 2 million in the southwest, 1 million in the southeast. So because somebody had a sweep in the southeast with 1 million, all of a sudden 5 million from the north cancels that. It's more like they are not existing. And these are human beings. These are people with feelings. And that's why I really want Peter Obi to win. But unfortunately, the reality is on ground. It's not helping. I just hope something happens. So
Omar,
that's
can
why
I
I
go say
was.
something?
Carry on.
If you address something when you started this conversation, you gave a good analysis. You use United Kingdom where you are there, and you use India. In a mono country where everybody speaks one language, it's easy for them to practice maybe federalism, like we're practicing, or like they practice in Germany. But in a country that is so diverse as Nigeria, what they started with, which is the regional system of government, like they have in the UK, where you have there, where Scotland has its own, um, Wales has its own, England has its own, will be the best thing for Nigeria to practice.
I
So
totally agree.
the picture you printed and your conversation with those northerners, which I've experienced so many times when I was in the north, with the kind of situation we have in Nigeria would never move forward. You just give an example of Obi. Maybe you can win like 1 million or 2 million or 5 million in the east, and then
Which will be a landslide.
so. But then in the north, somebody now will won like 9 million, which is another 9 million from the north. Can you see that it's so sectionalized, it's so ethnicized. So, and you now say, okay, because somebody did not has 9 million, and these are just one people from his own group voting for him because they're the majority there. And then you say because of them, they will now rule over those people that are 5 million in a country that they should be equal. So you can see that in itself is a problem.
It's a problem because even the type of, Numatic says something now, even the type of Islam being practiced there
It's see, the thing is, you see,
does not recognize virtually everybody in the south.
Exactly. I get your point. So what I'm trying to say is just let me conclude. Let me just conclude quickly because I know one man has to go. Is that you see, and until we go back to that regionalism, one ethnic group will continue reigning supreme, and they'll continue using that bargain. I mean that edge they have over us as a bargain in determining who will even come from us to rule over us, or even rule over the entire country. We will not get our own person that we wanted, like in the case of Obasanjo. They put Obasanjo there, not Yorubas. So
Yes,
you see,
I agree.
until we go back to that regionalism, I don't see us moving forward as a nation or progressing, making that progress that we really desire in our country.
All right. If I round off in a couple more sentences, and then we go on to Ajan Lekoko to round things off for us. If I back to you.
Yeah. So the way I want to round this off is this. To all the Peter Obi supporters, I really wish you well. But please let us look at the realities on ground. And the realities on ground is a Tinubu is a big factor. An Atiku is a big factor. Should we give up? Should you give up? Please don't give up. I just want something to just change the dynamics of Nigeria and the Nigerian politics, because help everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ife. So let me quickly acknowledge Sonny Uta's super chat, which says, "Break it up now, save life now, save lives now." So he always that's just I don't know if it's like a T-Rex syndrome or something, but that seems to be his mental take, which he does via super chat. Break it up now, save lives now. So that is what he said, and he paid to say it. So there it is right there. So thank you, Ife. Always erudite Ife. You all know Ife, of course, and you all delight in hearing from him. But the top dog, the king of boys, the master of the universe, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, you've heard the conversation. You've heard Peter Obi's Peter Obi's presentation. Also now your contribution, Ajanle Koko, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, woman. And let me thank everybody on this session today. This is a highly interactive section. And, everybody put out their position purposefully and with, position that, highly sensible, position that are highly sensible as well. So, to me, I think for us to gather here this evening and be talking about Obi is a strong campaign session, if I may call it that way, a strong campaign session of this platform for Obi. And in view of this fact, I would like to urge all obedient around the world, if you really believe in Obi, if you believe that Obi is your candidate, you have to like this session. You have to click on like button right now. You have to share it. And you have to subscribe if you have not done so. What you are enjoying on this session, on this platform, this evening, you cannot find it any other platform. There's no any other platform that a highly qualitative and highly informative and highly educative session. You can't get it anywhere else. Only here. Only here. And one man went to Mo. So I really thank one man for what he has done today. This is a fantastic job that he has done today. One man has shown to us this evening that is a real leader, that is a man that really believes in Nigeria. He believes in a country, in that for us. This is a classic campaign for Obi. And I'm challenging one man this time that he has to do the same for my own candidate, Showore. Anytime Showore is having a live stream session, you have to bring it live for us to debate on him as we are doing for Obi today. So every contributors this evening, You have all done well. You are the best. You are the best. See yourself as one of the best brain that country has produced. If other platforms can do it the way we are doing it here, the way we interrogate, the way we ask questions, the way we push each other to say it out in the way that we see it, it will be better for that country. This, what we are doing here is a parliamentary, it's like a parliamentary debate we are doing here. Parliamentary debate. And when you see people gathering in a parliament, debating and talking, they're talking in an effort to find solution to problems.
Adade Koko.
Yeah.
Are you looking at the comment section? They've caught another one. It looks as though they've caught Bonksmore. She's now been captured by the romance of everything. Can you believe that? Bonksmore of all people.
They did what?
Huh?
What did you say?
No, I said I think you are driving, so you may not be seeing the comment section, but it looks as though these people, they've captured Bonksma as well. She's now going around telling people she's an obedient. Can you imagine that?
Okay. So, my sister Bonksma, if you are obedient, please, all the obedient on the platform right now, so please click on the like button. We want this, the YouTube algorithm of this platform to go far. We want other platforms to emulate what we are doing here. The questioning about the personality of Obi and what does Obi represent, or what is this man, Obi himself, it's not an hatred of Obi, but it's a way of asking and trying to know who is he before we can entrust him with the most exalted position in our country. And it is normal. That is the way it's supposed to be. If we have done this in 2014, when Buhari came, if we have interrogated him, if we have done what we are doing now on Buhari, maybe the problem we are going through in that country, maybe it will have eluded us. We wouldn't have Buhari, at all in our life, and our country wouldn't have been going through this kind of crisis that we are going through at all sphere of life. So for us that are asking who is this Obi, that are saying this is a double standard man, that are saying it's a flip-flop man, we have seen a lot of things about politicians in that country. And we don't want to run into similar problem that we have run to, that we are going through today in that country, because we did not interrogate Buhari, where we look at his past record that, he's a man that fought indiscipline and fought corruption in the 80s. Oh, yes, Nigeria is having corruption problem. Yes, this is the man can do it. But what has he given to us? Problem. The three items, the three campaign item to fight corruption, to give us a better economy, and to give us security, it failed. It failed completely. 20% on all, 20%. So we don't want to look at candidates for what they say, but we want to look at them for who they are, what is their character, what is their antecedent, and what is he offering? Is it just only talk? We don't want to go by only talk. We want to go by, we want to question your character as well. So that is what we are doing about to be here. So, but for Nigerians, it's unfortunate that we are all in a wrong country. The composition of Nigeria as an entity is fraud. And that is why you see from the top to the bottom, we are not speaking in the same language. The elders are divided against themselves. The youth, the politicians are divided against themselves. The youth across the country are divided against themselves. And then what do we have? Is that a way a country can work? No, a country cannot work like that. We are very, very tribal people. When Igbo people know what they stand for, which is totally against what Nigerians stand for. Nigeria as a country. Yoruba know what they stand for, which is totally against what Nigerian state stand for. And the Fulani themselves, they know what they stand for, which is against what Nigerian state stand for. So what are we talking about? We don't have a country. We just have a place where we reside. We just have a place where we reside. We don't have a country. Every country works for the citizens of that country. Nigeria does not work for our citizens. So, but we as a people, we still love that country. We want that country to work for us. It is time for us to do away with our tribal sentiment, number one. If we don't look at our tribal sentiment as a big problem, then we won't get solution to the problem. Then number two, people that have brought this country to what it is, to a place, a shameful countries in the Committee of Nations are the politicians. Politicians, we have to be courageous to do away with politicians. If we don't do away with the politicians, they will sink us. So,
Ajalekoko, you're picking off a bit.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, better. Carry on.
Okay, so if we don't do away with politicians, I'm sorry.
You are breaking again, Ajalekoko. You're crackling up. But if you can sum it up in just a couple more sentences.
Okay.
Yeah. No, we can't hear you.
Let us do away with politicians. Oh, you can't hear me again.
No, we can now. Carry on where you are now.
You can hear me?
We can hear you.
So
yes.
Please, politicians in that country, they are our problem. Let us not play tribal. Let us not see ourselves as enemy to each other. Let us be courageous, at least for once this time around. Let us do away with politicians. Politicians are friends to themselves. They will take care of each other. They will take care of their interests. They will take care of everything. They know the way to speak the language behind the closed door with each other when we're not going to be there. Let us be courageous, my brothers and sisters. We cannot make the mistake. We made mistake in 2014. We have seen where it landed us. We cannot continue like that. Peter Obi is a good man. But what is his character? What is his character? That is the problem to me right now. You can't romance with a thief. A friend of a thief is a thief. A friend of a thief is a thief. Politicians are thieves. They are rogues. They have destroyed our country. Anybody that romances with them is as good as them. Let's do away. Let's look at
You are gone again, Ajanle Koko.
look like us that have people around him. I'm going again.
Yeah, no, you're back now. You're back now.
Okay, so that look like us, that is the way out. Let's do away with politicians. That is the only, if we don't do away with politicians, we'll be sink. When he speak, he provides solution. To the legislative arm of government, he said he's going to change from bicameral to unicameral. On the electricity, he has a solution. Everything he has provided solution. When he speaks, he provides solution. So let us look at him well. Let us see what we can do. We are not doing it for your red. No, we want to do it for the future of our children. We want to take our country back, and we cannot continue like this. That is the message that is good for us. Let us accept that message and let us carry on from there. So other than that, let me thank everybody that have been chatting. Kaluba, I thank you. Our brother, Alessandra Gomez, I thank you. Every other person, I thank you all. My sister, Boxman, well, if you are obedient, that is good. Let's keep doing what we know to do best. Alessandra Akache, the chairman, the secretary, board of trustee, one man way to more. I thank you. And to our big brother, Alessandra Gomez, the chairman, board of trustee, one man went to more. Thank you so much. This platform is the best in the world, is the most interactive, is the platform that you come to get educated, to get that information that you need when it comes to Nigerian politics and the quality of discussion and everything. This is the best. And I thank one man, the driver. Tomorrow, by the God grace, I hope, I pray we see you. You will bring it to us again tomorrow, and we shall join you, and we continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man. The Eagle. See you tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko, and thank you, everyone. This has been probably the most curious session we've yet had. So let me just tell you guys what's happened. I wasn't actually going to come on tonight, and then I saw Peter. I'm actually in bed as we're streaming now. So I actually saw Peter Obi online. So I thought, okay, let's document this guy just for the purposes that we talk about him so much. So I thought we'd just listen to him for half an hour or so, and then I'll shut it down, and then I'll go to sleep. But then 4.5 hours later, we're still at it. So this is how it goes sometimes. It's just been the most curious of sessions. So we heard Peter Obi, and then I had the thought to say, okay, let me invite a few people just to give commentaries on what they heard of Peter Obi. So I thought maybe 2-3 people will come on, say X, Y, Z, and then we'll round it off there. But as I said, 4.5 hours and counting, and we're still at it. But we are at it for not that much longer. But just to say, this is a presentation for Peter Obi, just to document him. But this is not an endorsement of Peter Obi, certainly not. Like I always say, I like Peter Obi as a person very much, and I delight in hearing from him every time I do hear from him. But I don't really buy his politics because he has no real substance. The most substantive sort of person I would say is Atiku, but he's a is a non-factor, he's a non-player for reasons of being Fulani, and we have to escape that space. So it's somewhat convoluted. So it's by process of elimination really that you get to your candidate. So, but maybe Peter Obi will come good in the end. We will see, but we cannot discount him. But all the figures don't favor him. But we must document necessarily what it stands for in order then to make decisions that are informed. So it's to inform the decision, really. This is what this session is about. So not an endorsement of Peter Obi, as I said. And as we're going forward, if we see an insightful presentation of a candidate, we will bring it to the platform and do it in this format now that we seem to have established. We listen to the presentation and then we give commentaries on it. So all of the candidates will get a go at some point. So that has been the session. Thank you one and all for joining us. Make sure you have clicked on the like button, of course, because you've heard the quality of conversation, and that quality of conversation was really brought to you courtesy of your like button. So if you've delighted in what you've heard, then click on the like button. Then you hear even bigger, more intelligent, and more coherent, more articulate voices. So this is the niche that we are trying to corner in the conversation. So we want to, devoid of the noise, have a conversation. And I think we achieved that today. We set aside all the parochialism and the jingoism of tribalism and jumping up and down, and just had an intelligent conversation. And I think the audience delighted in that. So if you did delight in that, then reward it with a thumbs up thing, with a like click. So do that and all that. And the conversation, of course, never stops. Carries on in the comment section. So I'll leave it here. Carry conversation on. Sadly, you won't see me do the salute, and I'm sure you don't want to see me as I am now. So I'll just round it off there and see you tomorrow. Peace.